Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, starting as a son-in-law to establish an immortal family. Chapter 1. Zhong State, Qingyan Sect. In the fairy-like white jade square, hundreds of boys and girls were sitting cross-legged. Their eyes were closed, and their faces had different expressions. Some looked furious, some were full of fear, some were ecstatic, and some were devastated. Hiss. In the crowd, Lu Chengsheng groaned, opened his eyes, and involuntarily covered his forehead with his hand. Deep in his brain, streams of memory information poured out like a flood, impacting his mind. Following this information, Lu Chengsheng understood what was going on. He traveled through time himself, came to a fairy world. But for 18 years, the mystery of the womb has not been awakened. Until today, at the 4th level of Qingyan Sect's Immortal Sects examination, the Questioning Heart platform, I awakened the memory of my past life. Someone wakes up so soon. Dao has a good heart. Not far away, several Qingyan Sect's assessment immortal masters were a little surprised to see Lu Chengsheng waking up. Asking the heart platform is the 4th level of the Qingyan Sect's assessment, testing the Taoist heart. That is, state of mind and will. Because Lu Chengsheng awakened his past life memories, he was the first to wake up from them. Lu Chengsheng has a 9th grade spiritual root and is 18 years old. What a pity. In the 2nd level, his perseverance performance was only average, but he actually has such a Taoist heart. It's strange. With such a Taoist heart, if he has a 7th grade spiritual root, he will be a good immortal seedling even if he is 18 years old. 9 grade spiritual roots, at this age, have limited potential. No matter how firm the Taoist heart is, it will be useless. After checking Lu Chengsheng's information, many people expressed regret. Naturally, Lu Chengsheng couldn't hear the comments from the immortal masters. He is lost in his mind right now. With the awakening of past life memories, the necessary systems for time travelers have also arrived. Many children, many blessings system. As the name suggests, the more children you have, the more blessing you will have. This blessing does not refer to illusory blessings, but real invisible benefits. According to the system information, there are currently 2 benefits. First, there are many achievement rewards in terms of offspring. As long as the achievement is triggered, the system will reward you. Second, the heir's talent and cultivation will all be added to his father. Moreover, the talent and cultivation of his descendants and descendants will also be a bonus to him. It's just that the bonus is not as much as that of children, and the bonus will be reduced by 50% every other generation. Many children, many blessings system. By unlocking the heir achievements, can you get system rewards? And the talents and cultivation of my children and descendants will be added to me. How does this feel like you are playing a child-rearing game? By giving birth to a child and raising a child, you can unlock achievements and get rewards. However, with this system, doesn't it mean that my spiritual root talent can also be improved? As long as my children's offspring have good talent and high cultivation level, I will also take off and become immortals directly. After understanding his system, Lu Chengsheng felt excited and extremely excited. If you want to cultivate immortality in this world, the first step is to need spiritual roots. The spiritual roots are divided into 9 levels. The 9th to 7th grades are lower grades. The 6th to 4th grades are middle grade. Grades 3 to 1 are top grade. Above the 1st level, there are also earth spiritual roots, heavenly spiritual roots, and some rare mutant spiritual roots. In the first qualification test of the assessment, Lu Chengsheng knew that he was only a 9th grade spiritual root. Belongs to the worst spiritual roots. It is very difficult to cultivate immortality, and your future achievements are limited. But now that there is a system, the system of many children and many blessings, Lu Chengsheng feels that his future path to immortality is not that difficult. As long as he has more children, raises them well, and works hard to build a big family, he, the ancestor, can take flight. Dad, Mom, no, it's fake, it turns out it was just an illusion. Ha ha ha, it's done, Master, I've become an immortal. No, this is fake, don't try to lie to me. At this time, the boys and girls on the platform gradually woke up, as if they were experiencing a nightmare, and shouted, interrupting Lu Chengsheng's thoughts. Lu Chengsheng, when did you wake up? Several people nearby were a little surprised to see that Lu Chengsheng had already woken up. I just woke up for a while. Lu Chengsheng replied, looking at the 3 men and 2 women in front of him. Hong Yi, 16 years old, 8th grade spiritual root, concubine of a prince. Han Lin, 15 years old, 7th grade spiritual root, was born as a blacksmith. Li Feiyu, 18 years old, with 7th grade spiritual roots, is the young leader of the Red Whale Gang. Xiao Shehui, 15 years old, 4th grade spiritual root, a young lady from a scholarly family. Zhao Qingqing, 16 years old, has a 6th grade spiritual root and is a doctor. These 5 people, like him, were all immortal seedlings brought by the secular branch of Qingyan sect. I got to know a few people along the way. But this familiarity is just a way of staying together to warm up to a strange environment. The 5 people's origins and levels are too different, so it is difficult for them to chat together. Only Han Lin and Liu Changsheng were closer. Because Liu Changsheng was born in a farmer's family, he was easier to talk to Han Lin. I seem to be the first to wake up just now. I wonder if I can enter the fairy gate. Liu Changsheng thought in his mind as he looked at the people around him who were gradually waking up. Even with the system by his side, he still hopes to join the Qingyan sect. Because he was just an ordinary farmer, by chance, he got the chance to become an immortal and was introduced to the Qingyan sect to take the exam. If you can't join the Qingyan sect, it will be very difficult to become an immortal. Cultivation of immortality pays attention to wealth, companionship, law, and land, which are all indispensable. Needless to say, wealth. Whether in the secular world or in the world of immortality, money comes first. A couple is a Taoist friend, a companion. The Dharma is the practice, the Tao, and the teachings of others. The last place refers to the dojo of practice. Like ordinary mortal areas, there are no spiritual veins, the spiritual energy is thin and barren, and cultivation is very slow. If you can join the Qingyan sect, you will be considered a wealthy couple in the initial stage. This is why countless people want to join the immortal sect. Whoever's name is called, stand up. Not long after, everyone at Kanwenshintai woke up. A deacon from the Qingyan sect floated in the air, took out a jade book, and began to announce the approved list. Zhu San, Xiao Yuan, Han Lin, Xiao Shehui, Zhao Qingqing. One by one the names were read. Everyone whose name was read out looked excited, extremely happy, and full of yearning for the future of immortality. But for those whose names were not read, their hearts continued to feel heavy and full of loss. It's gone. Li Feiyu saw the deacon of Qingyan sect put away the list, his face full of unwillingness. How come I'm not on the list? Hong Yi also bit his lips tightly, his face turned slightly pale, and he was in disbelief. Although he has an 8th grade spiritual root, he is from a princely background and has spent money on connections in advance. Seeing that his name was not there, Liu Changsheng sighed, feeling a little heavy. But with the system in place, it won't be too uncomfortable. At this moment, some people nearby hugged and cried bitterly. The rest of you, please leave the mountain gate immediately. The deacon of Qingyan sect said indifferently. Then with a flick of his sleeves, a cloud of auspicious clouds appeared at the feet of the chosen people, and the clouds left. There were hundreds of people left, all with bitter faces and unwillingness to leave. When you step out of this door, you will be the same person but have different fates, and you will be immortal and mortal. After walking out of the Qingyan sect's mountain gate, many people sighed and cried. If you fail to join the immortal sect, even if you set foot on the immortal path, you are still just a casual cultivator. The fate will be completely different from that of the immortal sect disciples. Hong Yi also looked at the Qingyan sect, which was full of faint immortal energy and filled with rays of light, and kept sighing with reluctance. During the previous journey, he also pursued Xiao Shehui. But now, Xiao Shehui tested the 4th grade spiritual root and successfully joined the Qingyan sect, but he was eliminated. The other party immediately became an existence that was beyond his reach. His status as a prince and concubine was not enough in front of the disciples of the immortal sect. Even if Han Lin, who he looked down on before, and Zhao Qingqing, who had no idea, have joined the Qingyan sect now, they will be the ones he looks up to in the future. What should I do next? Liu Changsheng glanced at the Qingyan sect's mountain gate, took a deep breath, and thought about the next path. Although there is a system around, but it's not easy to take advantage of it. There is an accumulation stage in the early stage. You need to keep marrying, having children, and then raising and nurturing the children. The time, Money and energy spent on this are not a small amount. It's difficult for him right now. Although he has spiritual roots, he comes from an ordinary farmer's family and is impoverished. If you cannot join the immortal sect forces, this spiritual route will not be very valuable. Just as everyone was going down the mountain, an elegant man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a blue shirt and robe, came up, looked at the people coming down the mountain, and said aloud, "Dear friends, our Qingzhou Mountain Lu family is currently looking for 20 sons-in-law. We will provide them with blessed land of spiritual veins and secret manuals for cultivating immortals. If you are interested, well, looking for a son-in-law, provide spiritual vein blessed land and immortal cultivation secrets." The people who were eliminated from the mountain suddenly became commotion when they heard the man in green shirt's words. When Lu Chengsheng heard this, his heart moved. After just thinking and analyzing, in my situation, it would be best if I could join a cultivating force. As for recruiting a son-in-law, it's just a door-to-door son-in-law, it's not a big deal. Cultivation of immortality is not shabby. But he didn't say anything, intending to wait and see first. After all, there is no such thing as pie in the sky. He didn't know what was going on with the Lu family in Qingzhushan. Who knows what exactly is going on with this door-to-door recruitment of a son-in-law? Is it a pretense? Senior, what are the requirements for recruiting a son-in-law? I remember that families like cultivating immortals generally don't cultivate foreign bloodlines, right? Someone in the crowd immediately asked. Among these eliminated boys and girls, there are many children of powerful merchants and even descendants of casual cultivators who still have a certain understanding of the world of immortality. Haha, since my friend asked a question, Lu didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. My Lu family has lost quite a few children in the past few years, which has resulted in a lack of support. That's why we made this special case to recruit a son-in-law and add new blood. As for the requirements, in 20 years, 50 children need to be born. If one middle-grade spiritual root or 3 low-grade spiritual roots appear, the task will be considered completed. During this period, our Lu family will not only provide you with spiritual pulse dojos and immortal cultivation techniques, but also a certain amount of cultivation resources every month. The man in green shirt looked at everyone, his face was gentle and elegant, and he said slowly. However, as soon as these words came out, many people in the audience immediately said that this was not recruiting a son-in-law. They are just looking for breeding pigs and people to breed them with. You know, things between men and women are very damaging to the yang essence. This is even more true for cultivators. They were eliminated by the Qingyan sect and their achievements were limited. If you work hard every day and are diligent in the affairs of men and women, your cultivation of immortality will probably end in one glance and it will be difficult to achieve anything. When Lu Chengsheng heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I feel like having 50 children in 20 years is indeed a bit too much. Even if one is born a year, there will not be 50 in 20 years. It seems that the Lu family's recruitment of sons-in-law is not a one-on-one affair. Each son-in-law who comes to the house can be matched with 3 or 4 wives. But, doesn't this sound unacceptable? Lu Chengsheng thought about it carefully and even thought it was pretty good and suitable for him. Not only did he have a place to practice immortality, but he also gave him a wife and helped raise his children. Perfectly solved the difficult initial stage of your own system. Moreover, Lu Chengsheng felt relieved after hearing such harsh requirements. If we were not harsh, how would the eliminated people like myself have the chance to enter the cultivating family? Hong Yi on the side saw some emotion on Lu Chengsheng's face and spoke. Lu Chengsheng, I have heard that the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain is a serious immortal cultivating family. There is a foundation building ancestor in the family. It's true as he said. A few years ago, a war broke out with the Chen family in Hongye Valley over a spirit stone mine, which resulted in too many losses for the family's youth. If you have no way out, it's not an option. Hong Yi said this. Before, he relied on his status and was not very enthusiastic about Lu Chengsheng, Hong Lin, and Zhao Qingqing. Even looked down upon. But Hong Lin and Zhao Qingqing, who he had previously looked down upon, both entered the Qingyan sect, and his elimination made him lose a lot of his pride and start to recognize the reality. After understanding that after embarking on the path to immortality, the gap between princes, generals, ministers, and traffickers is not that big. If Lu Chengsheng joins the immortal cultivating family, even if his future achievements are limited, he will still have many friends and many paths. Thank you, Brother Hong, for reminding me. After hearing this, Lu Chengsheng let go of the remaining worries in his heart. I feel that becoming the son-in-law of the Lu family is a very good choice for now. With the system in place, as long as you get through the initial stage, you won't be able to fly like a bird. Immediately, Lu Chengsheng walked forward and wanted to sign up. Brother Lu, let's come together. At this time, Li Feiyu seemed to have made a difficult decision and spoke. Brother Li, do you want to join the Lu family too? Hong Yi was a little surprised to see Li Feiyu also choose to join the Lu family. Lu Chengsheng came from a farmer's background, so he could understand. But the Red Whale gang from which Li Feiyu was born was also a big gang. As a young gang leader, his conditions were pretty good, so he was actually willing to be a door-to-door son-in-law for breeding. A dream in life can only last 100 years. If you see a fairy fate, you can't miss it. Li Feiyu said in a deep voice. His family knows his own affairs, and although the Red Whale gang is good, his father does not have the final say alone. Nor could he provide much money for him to cultivate immortality. If he goes back, he may take over his father's position as gang leader and spend his mortal life in the future. But knowing that he had spiritual roots and could cultivate immortality, he didn't want to go back. He once saw his father groveling in front of an immortal cultivator. You know that no matter how high your worldly status is or how high your martial arts skills are, you are no more than an ant in front of the immortal cultivators. So no matter how difficult it is, as long as there is a chance, we must pursue it. At least I won't regret it in the future. Then I wish Brother Li and Brother Lu good luck. If anything happens in the future, you can write to Ruiyou Mansion. Hong Yi also understood the reason, and without much persuasion, he handed over his hand. He was born as a prince, so he still had some financial resources when he returned home, and he could continue to cultivate immortality, so there was no need to become a son-in-law. Immediately, Lu Chengsheng and Li Feiyu came to the man in green shirt and expressed their willingness to join the Lu family. When he heard that Lu Chengsheng only had 9th grade spiritual roots, the man in green shirt still showed some hesitation. Because the better the spiritual root, the greater the probability that the future children will have spiritual roots and the higher the grade. But when he saw Lu Chengsheng and Li Feiyu together, and Li Feiyu had a 7th grade spiritual root, he still nodded. You guys should think carefully. Once you arrive at Qingzhou Mountain, you can't go back on your word. You need to sign a contract. If you are unable to fulfill the conditions within 20 years, you will not only have to pay 3 times the resources, but you will also have to serve our Lu family for 10 years. The man in green shirt said seriously. We decided. Lu Chengsheng and Li Feiyu looked at each other and nodded. In almost half an hour, all 20 sons-in-law were recruited. They are all teenagers with no background and ordinary backgrounds. Not only do men with good family backgrounds not be able to let go of their figure, men in green shirts also don't want people from a good background. My name is Lu Yuanding, and I am the head of the Lu family. You can call me the head of the family from now on. Now, follow me back to Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Yuanding said to Lu Chengsheng and others. Then he took out a gold-trimmed cloth bag and opened the bag. I saw streaks of white light flying out from it, turning into bright yellow horses with golden manes and strong limbs. Horse riding. Many people were a little surprised when they saw these horses. The previous deacon of Qingyan sect flicked his sleeves, and auspicious clouds appeared under their feet and the selected people flew away. My group of people followed Lu Yuanding, but they could only ride horses. Lu Chengsheng also felt that it was true that he had become an immortal and still rode a horse. This is not an ordinary horse. It is a spiritual horse raised by my Lu family. It can travel thousands of miles every day. Even if you don't know how to ride a horse, it won't affect you. Seeing everyone's disappointment, Lu Yuanding explained. There was nothing he could do. The Lu family is just a small family. Although he has the flying boat magic weapon, he usually doesn't use it easily. As for flying with people, it is even less realistic. At the 8th level of Qi refining, he could fly alone and his spiritual power could not support long distances, so how could he bring others with him? With so many people, riding a horse is the most convenient and fastest way. Just like that, Lu Changsheng and others got on the spirit horse and left with Lu Yuanding. At the foot of Qingyan Sect Mountain, there are 5 Lu family monks waiting to accompany them to avoid any accidents on the way. Night falls. Lu Yuanding took a group of people to rest outside the wilderness. Not to mention, this spirit horse is indeed not comparable to ordinary horses. Lu Changsheng didn't know how to ride a horse, but he didn't feel tired even after a long day's journey. "Excuse me, Master Lu, how long will it take to get to Qingzu Mountain?" At this time, a young man asked. "This spirit horse travels thousands of miles in a day. At this speed, it only takes more than half a month to reach Qingzu Mountain." Lu Yuanding said this. Traveling thousands of miles a day. More than half a month. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Lu Changsheng was also speechless. "This is too far." Lu Yuanding didn't seem to notice the ugly expressions on everyone's faces. He took out a porcelain bottle and said, "Half a month will pass quickly. This is Bigu pill. You will not be hungry for a month after taking it. Come on, take 1 pill per person." With that said, each person was given a Bigu pill. Lu Changsheng glanced at the brown elixir the size of a soybean in his hand, and ate it without thinking too much. "Now that everyone is on the bus, you have to take the elixir even if it is poisonous. Besides, the Lu family has no need to harm them." After taking the Bigu pill, during the rest period, several teenagers began to sit cross-legged and practice. It was obvious that they already had the technique of cultivating immortals. Li Feiyu walked aside and practiced martial arts alone. Through previous chats, Lu Changsheng knew that Li Feiyu, the young leader of the Red Whale Gang, was very skilled in martial arts. At only 18 years old, he is a first-rate master in the world. After resting for 3 or 4 hours, the group continued on their way. That's it. Half a month passed in the boring rush. Cheer up, Qingzu Mountain is ahead. On the official road, Lu Yuanding, who was riding on a spiritual horse, said to the listless teenagers behind him. After half a month of boring travel, everyone was numb and exhausted both physically and mentally. Lu Changsheng also looked weak. "In my previous life, I felt uncomfortable sitting in a car for a whole day. Not to mention riding on horseback for half a month." After hearing Lu Yuanding's words, they were about to arrive at Qingzu Mountain, and everyone became more energetic. This day has finally come to an end. The 5 accompanying Lu family monks also breathed a sigh of relief. It was also a family mission for them to accompany them on this trip, to protect the fairy seedlings from getting home safely. However, at this moment, suddenly, shoo shoo shoo, suddenly, dozens of crystal-sharp ice picks burst out of the nearby soil and shot towards Lu Changsheng and the others. "No, enemy attack." When Lu Yuanding saw this, his expression changed drastically and he shouted angrily. At the same time, he stretched out his big hand, opened his fingers, and fireballs emitting a fiery aura flew out one by one, intercepting the ice cones. "Protect the fairy seedlings." The other 5 Lu family monks also used their methods. Earth walls and water curtains appeared to protect Lu Changsheng and other immortal seedlings. However, in the face of so many ice picks, 3 fairy seedlings were still stabbed by the ice picks, piercing their chests, and fell from the spirit horses with a pop, losing their vitality. Is this the world of immortality? Lu Changsheng couldn't help but swallowed when he saw this horrific scene. His face turned slightly pale. Although he is a time traveler, he has never seen such killings in his previous life or in this life. This is the first time. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of the cruelty of the world of immortality. "Ha ha ha, Lu Yuanding wants to bring back these immortal seedlings. Have you asked my Chen family?" In the land, a monk emerged from the ground. The leader was a tall middle-aged man wearing a red robe. "Chen Shuisheng, how dare you act so recklessly in our Qingzu Mountain territory?" Looking at the red-robed man in front of him, Lu Yuanding shouted coldly. He naturally knows each other. He is the arch-enemy of the Lu family in Qingzu Mountain, the head of the Chen family in Hongye Valley. But he didn't expect that the latter would dare to sneak attack at his door. However, it is indeed the best time for the other party to ambush here. Not only were everyone tired, but their vigilance was also lax. As he spoke, a yellow talisman appeared in his hand and burned quickly. "This is a messenger talisman. Ask the family for help. Quick fight, kill." Chen Shuisheng sneered, moved his lips slightly, and clapped his hands forward, causing the cold air to bite, condensing sharp ice picks and shooting towards Lu Yuanding. The 10 monks behind him also started to kill Lu Changsheng and other immortal seedlings. Their goal is not to kill everyone in the Lu family, but a group of immortal seedlings. Boom boom boom. The two sides began to fight. The Chen family had an advantage due to their large number of people, and the Lu family also had to protect a group of immortal seedlings. They were very passive and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Puff! At this moment, a green wind blade shot out, breaking through the Lu family's defense and cutting the body of a fairy next to Lu Changsheng into 2 pieces. Blood flew and splashed onto Lu Changsheng's body, making Lu Changsheng's mind go blank. Careful! At this time, another wind blade broke through the defense and shot towards Lu Changsheng. But Li Feiyu on the side had sharp eyes, quick hands, and strong skills. He jumped up and knocked down Lu Changsheng on the side to avoid the blow. Thank you, Brother Li. When Lu Changsheng came to his senses, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Li Feiyu hadn't knocked him down just now and the wind blade struck him, he would have died. As a time traveler with a system, it would be really frustrating if he died like this. After seeing the cruelty of this world, although Lu Changsheng was afraid, he became more determined to cultivate immortality. In this world where the jungle is the law of the jungle, if you don't have strength, you are just an ant, and your life is like a piece of grass. It's too dangerous to cultivate as an immortal, I want to go home. Please let me go, it's none of my business. Run away, we're just waiting here to die. Seeing that everyone in the Lu family was at a disadvantage, several immortal seedlings were beheaded, some cried and begged for mercy, and some simply chose to run away. However, as soon as the 2 people ran out of the Lu family's protective range, they were immediately killed by fireballs, wind blades, and ice picks, making those who wanted to escape dare not move. At this moment, Lu Changsheng and others were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They could only pray that the Lu family would survive. Fortunately, not long after, a series of sounds broke through the air. There were figures flying from the Qingzu mountain in front. Walk! Seeing that reinforcements from the Lu family were arriving, Chen Shuisheng did not hesitate and made a decisive decision, leading everyone to escape. Daddy, are you okay? At this time, a woman wearing a snow-white dress quickly fell from the air to Lu Yuanding's side. Her voice was like clear spring water, and her face was filled with concern. She has exquisite appearance, slender figure, and graceful figure. The skirt of her white dress is swaying, revealing a small piece of snow-white calf that is as round as jade. She is like a goddess descending to earth, which makes all the immortal seedlings who have just passed through the gate of hell be stunned. Lu Changsheng didn't fare well either. Having experienced the impact of beauties from big data on the internet in his previous life, he thought he would not be surprised. But when he saw this woman in white, he was stunned. Her eyebrows are like autumn water, her nose is high and straight, her lips are like red clouds, and her skin is as white as jade, which fully explains what it means to have bright eyes and white teeth, and ice-cold muscles and jade bones. The most touching thing is the aura of the woman. Pure and beautiful, as elegant as a fairy, like a Tianshan snow lotus, left behind and independent. If it weren't for the look of concern on her face, she would have looked like an otherworldly fairy. If I marry a woman like this and have children with the Lu family, I can have 100 children, not to mention 50. An idea came to Lu Changsheng's mind. But when you think about it, you know that this is obviously impossible. As the daughter of the head of the family, how could she marry a son-in-law like them? It is only possible in a dream. Miao Zhe, that is fine, it's just that his spiritual energy was consumed too much. Lu Yuanding waved his hand towards his daughter. Lu Miaozhe. All the young men remembered the name of this stunningly beautiful woman. Lu Changsheng also remembered this name. The other Lu family members who came over also left one after another. Seeing that everyone in Lu Yuanding was fine, but 8 immortal seedlings were dead, they didn't pay much attention. Although it is a pity that 8 fairy seedlings died, it is not too distressing. After all, they haven't spent any money on these fairy seedlings yet. Afterwards, everyone arrived at Qingzu Mountain safely. Qingzu Mountain is not a mountain, but a valley covered with crystal clear green bamboos. After entering the valley, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel that the air was much fresher and more moist. There are mountain streams and kingfishers singing, and you can see terraced fields cultivated on some hillsides, where cereals and vegetables are grown, making it like a paradise. The Lu family built manors one after another in the mountains. Lu Changsheng and other immortal seedlings were settled in the surrounding Qingzhou villa. There is a first-order spiritual vein under this Qingzhou villa. From now on, you will live here and practice with peace of mind. You can rest assured. As long as you fulfill the conditions you agreed upon before, you can leave the Lu family or stay in the Lu family if you want. Uncle Fu, please settle them down. Lu Yuanding left after briefly explaining a few words. I am the manager of Qingzhou Villa. You can also call me Uncle Fu. Follow me now. Uncle Fu is an old man with gray hair and a slightly stooped body. After introducing himself, he took everyone to go through the formalities and introduced some situations of Qingzhou Villa. Qingzhou Villa is very big. Apart from them, the Lu family's own immortal seedlings live and practice here. But they are basically collateral children with average talent. If you are talented, you will basically live in the core area of Qingzhou Mountain, where there is a second-level spiritual vein and the spiritual energy is more intense. Along the way, everyone saw many children of the Lu family. These people also looked at Lu Changsheng and others with curiosity, as if looking at monkeys, with a bit of contempt and arrogance in their eyes. Regarding this, Lu Changsheng was quite calm. To put it nicely, they are children of foreign races who have married into the family. To put it bluntly, they are here to breed. However, through observation, he could see that all the Lu family children, both male and female, were pretty good looking. This also gave him some peace of mind about the subsequent breeding. You're already here to be a son-in-law and have a baby, why don't you want the woman to look better? Lu Changsheng admitted that he was a pretty guy. An hour later, under the arrangement of Uncle Fu, Lu Changsheng and others signed a marriage contract, obtained identity plates, received immortality cultivation techniques, and allocated a place to live. The residence is a private courtyard, covering an area of almost 200 square meters. It has a pavilion and a loft, and everything is complete. Lu Changsheng sat on the big bed in his room and took out the immortal cultivation technique. Return to Yuan Gong. As soon as I opened the Dharma book, an old man in gray robe suddenly appeared, struck a pose, and began to explain how to practice in great detail. As expected of a method of cultivating immortals, it actually has the function of imaging. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but look at the booklet in his hand, but he didn't see the reason why the book showed human figures and made sounds. It felt very magical. Later, he began to try to practice according to the instructions of the figure on the Book of Law. After trying for a long time, Lu Changsheng finally entered the state. His mind was clear and he could feel the colorful aura around him. Knowing that you have completed the first step, sensing the aura, and then trying to introduce the aura into your body. Under his control, the spiritual energy slowly gathered towards him and entered his body through the pores all over his body. This process is very slow, and after the spiritual energy is inhaled into the body, it needs to travel for a week before leaving a ray of spiritual energy in the Dantian air sea. In the process of spiritual energy traveling, spiritual energy will also nourish the body's flesh, blood, meridians, and bones, slowly expelling impurities from the body, thereby cleansing the marrow and cutting bones. The night passed. Is this the 9th grade spiritual route? At this rate, if I want to break through to the first level of qi refining, it will take me years of the monkey, horses and months. Lu Changsheng smiled bitterly when he saw the cool breath in his Dantian qi high. This is still practicing in a place with spiritual veins. If there is no spiritual vein, the speed will be even slower. At this moment, Lu Changsheng also had a profound understanding of the difficulty of cultivating immortality. Phew, it seems we can only rely on the system. Lu Changsheng took a breath. I know that it is simply unrealistic to practice hard on your own, so you can only rely on the system. I wonder when the Lu family will arrange for a wife. Lu Changsheng thought. Ding ding ding. Just then, the bell rang in the yard. Someone is coming. Lu Changsheng walked out of the room and opened the courtyard door. Lu Changsheng, our Lu family has arranged a dust washing banquet to receive the wind and wash away the dust for you. You come with me. At the door, Fu Bo said aloud. Behind him, there were already other immortal seedlings. Catch the wind and wash away the dust. Hearing this Jia Feng washing Chen, Lu Changsheng had a vague guess in his mind, nodded and said, okay. Afterwards, Uncle Fu called all the 12 immortal seedlings and brought them to a spacious and elegant hall in Qingzu Villa. There was no one else inside, only 12 seats were arranged, and wine and food were arranged on them. After everyone took their seats, not long after, a young woman named Yan, who was thin and fat, came in and entered the hall. Really, seeing these women, Lu Chengsheng immediately knew that he had guessed correctly. This dust-washing banquet is to arrange the breeding. There were 50 or 60 women entering the hall, all of them good-looking. Although there are no women as stunning as Lu Miaozh, there are still many beauties who are no worse than some internet celebrities in previous lives. These women were obviously well prepared and dressed up, with different facial expressions. Some are petite and cute in appearance. Some have no makeup and are gentle and elegant. Some have eyebrows like Qingfang, are dressed in powerful clothes, and have a heroic appearance. Some palace costumes are decorated with flowers, and the black hair is coiled up, which is dignified and generous. There are also some whose faces are as cold as icebergs, their figures are graceful and charming, they are dressed in hazy gauze, long legs and high heels, alluring and seductive, etc. It can be said that with so many styles, there is always one that will make your heart beat. There's something in this handwriting. Lu Chengsheng looked at the boundlessly beautiful Yingying Yanyan in front of him and admired in his heart. I think the Lu family is really kind in this regard, I can't say much. It is indeed a serious cultivating family. These are all outstanding women of our Lu family. Not only are they well educated and courteous, they are dignified and virtuous, they are also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. They are all innocent. Today, they will take care of you all. You can choose the person you like, and I will arrange the wedding for you. Fu Bo said. After saying that, he left the main hall, leaving only 12 Lu Chengsheng and a group of Lu family women. There was no need for Lu Chengsheng and others to take the initiative, these women came to each seat on their own initiative. Although they are secular women of the Lu family, most of them are also descendants of immortal cultivators. There is no compulsion when coming here, everyone comes voluntarily. Thinking about choosing a fairy seedling of your choice and giving birth to a child with spiritual roots, the mother will be more valuable than the child in the future. Therefore, the initiative lies more in their hands in this feast. Lu Chengsheng was born in a farmer's family, and his appearance was ordinary. Including the 9th grade spiritual roots, only 3 women came to him. He didn't care about this and just hugged them all. People must know how to be content. 3 is almost enough. And these 3 girls are pretty good. One looks innocent and cute, with a playful personality. One looks pure and cute with a bit of charm, giving people a pure and lustful feeling. There is also a person with a gentle face, a gentle personality, and the scholarly aroma of a lady. The faces and looks of the 2 girls in front are still very similar, so they should be sisters. That's it. If I could find 3 wives like this in my previous life, my ancestors' graves would be filled with smoke. Compared to Lu Chengsheng's initiative, the other 11 people were relatively repulsive. Like Li Feiyu, because of his heroic appearance and 7th grade spiritual roots, 7 girls approached him. But he only chose 1 woman from Xiaojiabiu and waved away the others. An hour later, the feast of welcoming the wind and washing the dust is over. Everyone has chosen their sweetheart. Except for Lu Chengsheng who chose 3, the others only chose 1 or 2. They still have thoughts about cultivating immortals. Just because I signed a contract with the Lu family, I chose 1 person temporarily. Thinking that if you succeed in cultivation in the future, you will be able to change your identity. Later, under the arrangement of Fu Bo, 12 people held a banquet wedding on the same day. Everything about the wedding is simple, and after finishing the process, you enter the bridal chamber. Lady, husband X3. In the bridal chamber, Lu Chengsheng looked at the 3 charming ladies with different styles in front of him and closed the bed curtain. This year, Lu Chengsheng was 18 years old and married 3 wives. The lady's name is Lu Lanshu. The pure and charming one is called Lu Zier. The innocent and cute one is called Lu Qinger. They are a pair of sisters. Half a month later, Lu Chengsheng, you are very good. Not only did you marry 3 girls from my Lu family, but you also got Lanshu pregnant in just half a month. My Lu family has always made clear rewards and punishments, so naturally I won't treat you badly. This is a reward for you. A low-grade magic weapon, a flying sword. a green bamboo robe, a bottle of Wanglong pill, 100 caddies of spiritual rice. In a hall of Qingzhou Villa, Lu Yuanding said to Lu Changsheng. It has been half a month since Lu Changsheng got married. Knowing that the effect of practicing on his own was limited, Lu Changsheng basically did not practice in the past half month and focused all his energy on creating humans. And his efforts were not in vain. Lu Lanshu, one of the 3 wives, was found to be pregnant. Hearing the news, Lu Changsheng was very happy and excited. No matter in his previous life or in this life, this is the first time he has become a father. Even though the birth of this child was mixed with a lot of utilitarianism, this joy comes from the heart. The moment he found out he was going to be a father, he had already thought of a name for his child. If it is a boy, it is called Peace, and if it is a girl, it is called Joy. He also wants his children to be safe and happy. When the head of the Lu family, Lu Yuanding, heard the news, he came to Qingzhou Villa in person to commend Lu Changsheng and give generous rewards. A low-grade magic weapon worth 50 spirit stones. A robe is worth 30 spirit stones. 100 kilograms of spiritual rice is worth 10 spiritual stones. A bottle of Wanglong pill is worth 10 spirit stones. This is equivalent to the resources that rewarded Lu Changsheng with 100 spirit stones. When the other fairy seedlings heard this reward, their eyes turned red. The eyes he looked at Lu Changsheng were full of envy, jealousy and hatred. You must know that they are practicing in the Lu family, and the resources provided by the Lu family in a month are only 2 spiritual stones and 10 kilograms of spiritual rice. The reward given to Lu Changsheng now is almost their 3 years' worth of resources. Just because you are the first to give birth to a baby, you will receive 3 years of resources. This almost shattered their back teeth. Thank you, Master. Lu Changsheng also looked happy and thanked him respectfully. He didn't expect there would be such a reward for giving birth to a baby for the first time. But he also understood that Lu Yuanding was using himself to stimulate others and make them hurry up and make babies. Haha, you deserve this. Our Lu family never treats people badly. If you give birth to a child, the head of the family will also receive a reward. Whoever is the first to give birth to a child with spiritual roots will be greatly rewarded by my master. Lu Yuanding glanced at everyone and said this. As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little excited and wanted to go home and have a baby quickly. Even Li Feiyu was a little moved. However, after someone gave birth to a baby, the reward was only a bottle of Wanglong pill and 10 kilograms of spiritual rice. It is incomparable to Lu Changsheng's first reward. Another month later, Lu Changsheng's wife, Lu Qing'er, was also pregnant. For the second pregnancy, there will be no additional rewards from the family. If one child was given once, the Lu family would have been completely wiped out. Then more than half a month later, Lu Changsheng's third wife, Lu Zir, was also detected to be pregnant. Within more than 2 months after entering the Lu family, Lu Changsheng got all 3 of his wives pregnant, leaving the other immortal seedlings speechless. They thought, doesn't this person want to practice so hard? In addition to Lu Changsheng's own unremitting efforts, he also kept calculating the ovulation period, plus the pregnancy soup given by the Lu family, which maximized the probability of pregnancy. In short, Lu Changsheng can honestly say that he worked hard. After all 3 daughters became pregnant, Lu Changsheng also began to practice meditation. Since all 3 wives were pregnant, Fu Bo sent 2 more maids to take care of Lu Changsheng's family's daily life. These 2 maids have fair skin and excellent appearance and figure. It is obvious at a glance that they are not sent to serve daily life. Apparently, the Lu family saw that she was so good at giving birth, and then sent them to her for breeding. Lu Changsheng had no idea about these 2 maids for the time being. He wanted to have more lives, but he couldn't rush into this kind of thing. He had to take his time, and the slow and steady flow was the way to go. Working hard every day really hurts the body. Before I started practicing immortality, I had done it many times, but my body just felt a little weak. However, after cultivating immortality, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel that his Yuanyang essence was being lost, which not only affected his physical condition, but also affected his cultivation speed, requiring time to recover. This is also the reason why other fairy seedlings are not willing to make babies like crazy. You will really destroy yourself. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. finally broke through the first level of qi refining. In the practice room, Lu Chengsheng, who was wearing a green robe and sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and his face was full of joy. It has been almost 10 months since I came to the Lu family. He finally completed introducing qi into his body and broke through to the first level of qi refining. Officially became an immortal cultivator. This speed naturally has nothing to do with fast. But not too slow. After all, when he first came to the Lu family, he spent a lot of time giving birth to a baby. There are 9 levels in the qi refining realm. The first 3 levels are not difficult. As long as you persist in practicing, you will basically succeed. Lu Chengsheng was able to achieve this speed breakthrough thanks to the bottle of Wonglong pill, which saved him several months of hard training. Otherwise, Lu Chengsheng estimated that it would take him 2 to 3 months to break through to the first level of qi refining. This also made him realize the importance of financial resources in cultivation. And during these 6 months, besides practicing, he did not do other things. He took the 2 maids sent by Uncle Fu as concubines and successfully got pregnant. In response, Uncle Fu sent 2 more beautiful maids. He also commended him and increased his monthly resources to 3 spiritual stones and 20 kilograms of spiritual rice. Lanshu is about to give birth. Lu Chengsheng stood up and slightly adjusted his green bamboo robe. Although this robe is not a magic weapon, it is still extraordinary. After putting it on, it can not only automatically change the size and fit forever, but also has the effect of being invulnerable to cold and heat, and not stained by dust. After leaving the customs, Lu Chengsheng accompanied several wives and concubines for a while, and then went to Li Feiyu's house to visit and reminisce about old times. Among the immortal seedlings who came to the Lu family, he was the only one who interacted with Li Feiyu. Not just because the 2 knew each other from the beginning. It was also because Li Feiyu saved his life on the way to Qingzhou Mountain. After such long-term contact, Lu Chengsheng also knew that although Li Feiyu talked little, he was still a cold-faced and warm-hearted person and could have a close relationship with him. More than half a month later. Don't be nervous. My siblings live in Qingzhou Villa. They are nourished by spiritual energy and have strong bodies. There is no danger in giving birth to a child. Besides, there are immortal cultivators who will deliver the baby, so don't worry. Outside the room, Lu Chengsheng listened to Lu Lanshu's wailing inside, clenching and unclenching his fists constantly, while Li Feiyu comforted her from the side. I'm not nervous, I'm just excited and happy. Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath and exhaled, and said. But his eyes and thoughts were wandering, and it was obvious that he was speaking harshly. Has the child decided on a name? Li Feiyu asked. Although the child is said to belong to the Lu family after birth, the person whose name is the father is still eligible to take it. As for the surname, Lu Chengsheng's surname is the same as that of the Lu family, so there is no need to worry about the surname issue. Think about it, a boy is called Peace, and a girl is called Joy. Lu Chengsheng replied casually, his thoughts still wandering. Not long after, a clear baby's cry came from the room, making Lu Chengsheng jump out of his skin. At this moment, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Lu Chengsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host for the birth of his first heir, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Lottery. Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but be startled when he heard the system prompt. Immediately I realized that this was the heir achievement reward in the system. He had no way to check this achievement, he could only explore it by himself. Without looking at the system lottery, Lu Chengsheng looked at the delivery room with concern. After a while, the door opened. A woman walked out of the room holding a red, wrinkled baby wrapped in a blanket. Congratulations, uncle, you are a young master. Lu Chengsheng reached out and hugged the baby, looking at his wrinkled and red face, his dark eyes, and a heartfelt smile on his face. From today on, your name will be Lu Pinggan. My son. Lanshu, thank you for your hard work. Lu Chengsheng held the child in his arms, walked into the room, looked at Lu Lanshu lying on the bed, sat next to her, and gently held her hand. Although the 2 are bound by interests, they have no emotional basis. But Yudao develops feelings over time. After getting along for so long, now that the children have been born, they naturally have some feelings. Husband. A smile appeared on Lu Lanshu's pale face and she shouted weakly. Don't move and have a good rest. Lu Chengsheng said softly. holding the child and looking at his wife. At this moment, he felt a sense of happiness in his heart. I think it's good to keep going like this. But thinking about the attack and killing by the Chen family on the way to Qingzhou Mountain. This world is a cruel law of the jungle. Lu Changsheng knew that happiness also needed strength to protect it. Not to mention the distance, the lack of strength. If you leave the Lu family in the future, the children will not be yours. And he was lucky enough to travel to such a world, seek immortality, and have the system around him, so he chose to live a mediocre life, but he himself was not willing to do so. Seeing that Lu Lanshu was weak and in need of rest, Lu Changsheng didn't talk much and asked her to have a good rest and handed the child to the woman beside her. It's not that the child will be given to the Lu family after birth, but that he doesn't know how to take care of the baby and let the woman take care of it. As for a child's spiritual roots, they won't appear until they are 5 or 6 years old, and they cannot be detected now. After walking out of the delivery room, Lu Changsheng returned to his room and chanted silently. System, I want to draw a lottery. Immediately, a light red virtual lottery board appeared in front of him. It is divided into 7 areas: exercises, skills, pet animals, elixirs, magic weapons, treasures, and others. It's quite complete. Lu Changsheng looked at the things that could be drawn with joy on his face. The only drawback is that this lottery wheel is a bit like the big wheel in the Penguin family's Krypton Gold game in the previous life. It made him feel unreliable and a little panicked. Can this really produce anything good? Moreover, the lottery in this past life relied on Krypton Gold, and the lottery in this life relied on Krypton Essence. Makes him feel a little weird. Forget it, just treat this lottery as part of the system's random money. Lu Changsheng said silently without thinking wildly. Start the lottery. Immediately, a golden light started spinning on the light red wheel. After waiting for 5 seconds, the roulette wheel slowed down, and under Lu Changsheng's expectant eyes, the golden light stopped on the skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level talisman making skill. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can view it at any time. A talisman-like light group emerged from the large turntable, accompanied by a system sound. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he saw a talisman-like light group in the system space, and the information on it appeared. 2nd level talisman making skills. After using it, you can directly understand the 2nd level full level talisman making skills and the corresponding talismans. Directly obtain the 2nd level full level talisman making skill. System, I'm sorry. I admit that I am starting to be a little narrow-minded and a little biased. When Lu Changsheng saw the information, his expression was full of surprise. I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing in the first draw. After coming to the Lu family for so long, he doesn't just focus on making babies and practicing. I also enrich myself and understand many things in the world of immortality. We know how precious and valuable this 2nd level talisman making skill is. Just like the secular world, immortal cultivators also have many professions and skills. For example, alchemy, weapon refining, talisman making, formations, animal training, planting, medicinal diet, spiritual mirror, prospecting, etc. There was a saying in my previous life that if you have a craft, you will never starve to death. The same applies to immortal cultivators. Not only will it not starve to death, it is also extremely popular, with delicious steamed buns everywhere you go. Because the skill threshold for cultivating immortals is higher, it's not just that you can learn it if you want to, or you can succeed. Very hungry for talent and money. Among all the skills, formations, alchemy, weapon refining, and talisman making are particularly popular. Like the 2nd level talisman making skill, it corresponds to the talisman in the foundation building stage above chi refining. With this skill, he can definitely join some family forces and become a guest. Without thinking much, Lu Changsheng moved slightly and used the 2nd level talisman making skills in the system space. In an instant, a stream of knowledge and information poured into his mind out of thin air. Initial interpretation of talismans. Encyclopedia of basic talismans. Complete collection of first-order talismans. Complete collection of 2nd level talismans. Amazing talisman. How talismans are made. Making talisman. From entry to burial. After a long time, Lu Changsheng had a lot more knowledge and information about talismans in his mind. And there is a feeling of drawing the talisman yourself and making the talisman for decades. He quickly came to the desk, picked up the brush, and drew a mysterious and complex symbol on a piece of paper. This feeling is simply amazing. It's just like calligraphy. I've practiced it myself for dozens or hundreds of years, and it's not unfamiliar at all. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Lu Chengsheng looked at the runes on the white paper with a look of surprise on his face. He is not scribbling. This is the rune of the first-level low-grade talisman, Fire Bullet Talisman. It's just because there is no talisman pen, talisman paper, spiritual ink, or spiritual power, so it does not become a talisman. He himself couldn't explain the painting process clearly. Just like eating and drinking, if you have done it countless times, it has formed muscle memory. With the second-level talisman making skills, I can still stand on my feet even if I leave the Lu family. Don't worry about not being able to marry a wife or raising a wife and children. Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath, feeling excited. But after a while, he frowned. However, I can't show off my second-level talisman making skills now, otherwise I won't be able to explain it and may cause trouble. If there is a way, an ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. As a son-in-law who was eliminated by the immortal sect and just started cultivating immortality, suddenly he can directly make talismans, which will definitely make people suspicious and cause trouble. Moreover, he is now the Lu family's son-in-law, and he is dependent on others. Who knows what the Lu family's attitude will be once their talisman-making skills are revealed. Maybe from a breeding person to a talisman-making tool person. You can't be hasty, you have to take your time. First buy a set of tools and materials for making talismans, practice the talisman, and then gradually show your talent for making talismans in the Lu family. Finally, you can naturally show off your skills as a first-level and second-level talisman master. This way you won't arouse suspicion, and maybe you can be favored by the Lu family because of your talent for making talismans, and your status will be improved. Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and made up his mind. Now that he has seen the effect of the system and has the second-level talisman making skills, he has a little more confidence about the world and the future. I know that as long as I am careful in everything, have more children, cause less trouble, and not talk about becoming an immortal or an ancestor, my future achievements will not be too bad. Early the next morning, Lu Chengsheng went out, took out the magic weapon flying sword that Lu Yuanding had rewarded him with, and walked towards the Beibao Pavilion of Qingzhou Villa. Beibao Pavilion is a department store. Magical weapons, elixirs, talismans, spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, monster meat, daily necessities and other items are basically sold. The spiritual stones Lu Chengsheng receives every month will be used to buy monster meat and spiritual vegetables at Beibao Pavilion. Although the elixir is effective, it is too expensive. For a poor person like him, eating spiritual vegetables and monster meat is more cost-effective. Today he came to Beibao Pavilion to buy a set of tools and materials for making talismans. As for the flying sword, he had no money and planned to sell the flying sword for money. Shopkeeper, are there any talisman pens, talisman paper and spiritual ink for sale here? Arriving at Beibao Pavilion, Lu Chengsheng asked the shopkeeper on the recliner. What do you want this for? The shopkeeper is an old man with gray hair and a famous immortal cultivator. I want to learn how to make talismans, so I plan to buy some materials and practice. Lu Chengsheng said. School talisman. The old man couldn't help but laugh as if he heard a joke. Looking at Lu Chengsheng, he said, do you know how difficult it is to learn how to make talismans? There were not many immortal cultivators in Qingzhou Villa, only 70 or 80 of them, and he basically knew them. As for Lu Chengsheng, as a son-in-law, he was crazy about having 5 babies a year, so he was somewhat famous in Qingzhou Villa, which made a relatively deep impression on the shopkeeper. I don't know, but I'm not talented enough. If I continue to practice like this, I'll basically get it all at once. I might as well try to learn a craft. Lu Chengsheng shook his head and said with a wry smile. He had thought up these words last night. Haha, it's a good thing that you have this idea, but I advise you not to waste your money. If a novice wants to learn how to make talismans, it is normal for him to fail hundreds of times at the beginning. If he has poor qualifications, it is not surprising for him to fail hundreds of times. This is still the same kind of talisman. If you draw another kind of talisman, although it is better than the beginning, the failure rate is also astonishingly high. A novice who wants to become a first-class talisman master has to practice thousands of times. Think about the cost yourself. The shopkeeper saw that Lu Changsheng was quite diligent in the Lu family and got 5 women pregnant in 1 year, so he kindly reminded him. Lu Changsheng was also a little surprised when he heard this. Although he has obtained the second-level talisman making skill through the system, he still doesn't know the specific difficulty of making talismans. Then I realized that making talismans was much more difficult than I thought. A newbie needs to practice thousands of times before he can get started and become an advanced talisman master. This first-level talisman master refers to a first-level low-level talisman master. First-level talisman masters are divided into first-level low-level talisman masters, first-level mid-level talisman masters, first-level high-level talisman masters, and first-level top-level talisman masters based on the talismans they can draw. Second-level talisman masters are also divided into the same categories. Lu Changsheng obtained the second-level talisman making skill and was at the full level of the second level. That is, the second-level top talisman master. If a newcomer wants to improve his talisman making skills to the second level, the time, energy, and money spent are simply incalculable. Even if you spend a lifetime of energy and hard work, you can't achieve it. At this moment, Lu Changsheng felt that this second-level talisman making skill was much more precious than he imagined. Shopkeeper, I still want to try, Lu Changsheng said with a firm look on his face. No matter how difficult it is, it has nothing to do with me. The harder it is to become a talisman master, the more popular my craft is. Okay, since you insist on buying it, I can't help but sell it to you. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was still insisting, the shopkeeper didn't try to persuade him. Just a few words, he is already showing kindness. Young people, don't look back until you hit the wall. An ordinary wolf how talisman pen with 20 spiritual stones can be used about 200 times. First level ordinary talismans, 1 spiritual stone in a stack, and a stack of 10. First level ordinary spiritual ink, 1 spiritual stone per box, can be used almost 50 times. The shopkeeper quoted the price. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded, took out the flying sword and said, "Shopkeeper, please give me an estimate of the price of this flying sword. Is this what the previous head of the family gave you as a reward?" The shopkeeper was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Changsheng to sell the flying sword in order to make the talisman. Come to think of it, if he just came to ask for a son-in-law, how would he get the money if he didn't sell his flying sword? That's right, Lu Changsheng nodded. I won't let you suffer any loss with this flying sword. It costs 50 spiritual stones. The shopkeeper held out a hand. Okay, then please, shopkeeper, give me a wolf hair talisman pen, 10 dozen talisman papers, and 2 boxes of spiritual ink. Lu Changsheng nodded and placed the flying sword on the cabinet table. The other party really didn't lower the price. If you sell this flying sword, you will only get a few more spiritual stones. Thinking that Lu Lanshu had given birth, and Lu Zer and Lu Qinger were about to give birth, Lu Changsheng added, "Give me another pound of ginseng, licorice, angelica, polygonidum, and wolfberry. These are medicinal materials grown by the Lu family themselves. They are spiritual plants and have the effect of nourishing vitality and replenishing qi. Okay, there are 37 spiritual stones in total. I will find you 13 more." The shopkeeper put away the flying sword, turned around, took out what Lu Changsheng wanted, and gave him 13 more spiritual stones. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Lu Changsheng thanked him, took his things and left. In the study room, Lu Changsheng placed a complete set of talisman pens, talisman paper, and spiritual ink neatly on his desk. There is also a book, Introduction to Talisman, and Basic Talisman Encyclopedia, next to it. The skill information provided by the system includes many kinds of talismans. But when it comes to acting, you have to do it all. You can't become a talisman master without reading a single book, right? It's a bit unreasonable. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, Lu Changsheng made another appearance and went to the Lu family library, spent a spirit stone and rented 2 books on talismans. The materials used to draw the talisman 100 times cost about 22 spirit stones. A first-level low-grade talisman can be sold for 1 to 2 spirit stones. If all are drawn into talismans, the minimum profit will be 5 times, and the maximum profit will be almost 10 times. If all of them can be drawn into first-level mid-grade talismans, the profit can be up to more than 20 times. Tisk, 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 this profit is really high enough. My talisman making is at the full level of the second level. It is very easy to draw all these materials into a mid-level first-level talisman. Lu Chengsheng skillfully grinded and mixed the spiritual ink, calculating in his mind. Different grades of talismans also have different requirements for materials. The Langhao talisman pen he bought is the most common talisman pen and is suitable for beginners. It can only draw basic talismans and first-level low and medium-grade talismans. It cannot be completely said that it cannot be used to draw first-class, top-quality talismans. It just affects the success rate of the talisman, and the talisman pen is also easy to wear and scrapped. Generally speaking, talisman masters who can draw first-level mid-grade, top-grade, and top-grade talismans are not short of this amount of money. They try to buy good materials and tools to increase their success rate. The same goes for talisman paper and spiritual ink, which are divided into 3 grades: ordinary, high grade, and top grade. Ordinary highest level first level mid-grade talisman. Advanced ones are suitable for drawing first level mid-grade and high grade talismans. The best ones are suitable for drawing first class top grade and top grade talismans. After grinding and mixing the ink, Lu Chengsheng spread out the talisman paper, held the talisman pen in his hand, took 2 deep breaths, calmed down his mind, and began to try to make talismans. If you are a beginner, you should also bathe and change clothes, adjust your body, mind, breath and other rituals at this time. But Lu Chengsheng was worried, and he was already familiar with it, so naturally he didn't use it. The talisman pen dipped in the ink. Then the spiritual energy in the body surged into the palm of the hand, penetrated into the talisman pen in the hand, and then passed to the tip of the pen, causing the tip of the pen stained with spiritual ink to emit a faint gleam. The tip of the pen landed on the blank talisman paper, and the pen began to move quickly in ink. The whole process was smooth and seamless, without any lag. Lu Chengsheng raised his hand. But I saw a layer of light emerging from the talisman paper on the table, emitting faint spiritual energy fluctuations, causing the spiritual ink on it to solidify quickly. After a while, the spiritual ink solidified, and the light on the talisman paper flowed, then gradually dimmed and disappeared. First order low-grade talisman, fire bullet talisman, completed. Call. Seeing this scene, Lu Chengsheng also took a long breath and smiled. It's one thing to acquire the relevant skills, but it's another thing to actually draw the talisman yourself. It takes quite a lot of spiritual power to draw talismans. With my spiritual power at the first level of chi refining, I can draw at most 2 or 3 first-level low-grade talismans. If you were to draw a first-level mid-grade talisman, you would probably only have 1 at most. Lu Chengsheng took the fire bullet talisman in his hand and looked at it carefully. As long as a trace of spiritual power is injected into it, the talisman can be activated and a fire bomb released. In terms of power, it is similar to the fire bomb technique at the 3rd level of chi refining. This is the power of talismans. Lu Chengsheng only has 1 level of chi refining, and even using a fire bomb technique can drain all his spiritual power away. But with this little bit of spiritual power, he was able to draw 2 or 3 fire bullets that were as powerful as the 3rd level of chi refining. Immediately, Lu Chengsheng drew another light body talisman and rejuvenation talisman. They are all first-level low-grade talismans. Feeling that if he continued to draw, not only would his spiritual power be exhausted, but his mind would also be a little tired. Lu Chengsheng put away the 3 talismans and began to meditate. The next day, Lu Chengsheng opened his eyes. After meditating for a night, my spiritual power and energy have been restored. It may be that drawing the talisman yesterday consumed a certain amount of his spiritual power and mind, which made the effect of last night's practice a bit better than before. Making talismans consumes spiritual power and energy, but can it also help with cultivation? Lu Chengsheng was a little surprised. But I didn't pay too much attention to these effects. He came to the desk, picked up the Wolf Hao talisman pen, and prepared to try to draw a first-level mid-grade talisman. The tip of the pen was dipped in ink, and without hesitation, he began to write. The brush strokes were faintly aura, and they were scrawled wildly on the talisman paper, flowing smoothly without any surprises. However, the moment he finished drawing, Lu Chengsheng was sweating on his forehead and his face turned pale. His whole body seemed to be emptied out, and he lay on the chair behind him with a look of exhaustion. After a long time, Lu Chengsheng took a long breath, sat up, and picked up the talisman on the table. A first-level mid-grade talisman, a golden talisman. After activation, it releases a layer of golden light to protect itself, which can withstand a blow from the 6th level of Qi refining. The first-level mid-level talismans are still a bit difficult for me now. Lu Chengsheng thought to himself and put the talisman away and hid it. In the following days, in addition to practicing, he also made an additional talisman. I draw 2 or 3 first-level low-grade talismans almost every day. Or a first-level mid-grade talisman. He hid all these talismans in the study cabinet and would take them out later when he had the opportunity. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Lu Chengsheng's wife, Lu Qinger, also gave birth. Is a son. This time, the system did not appear to give the reward. Lu Chengsheng, who had tasted the benefits of the system, was a little disappointed. But it's normal to think about it. If you give birth to one, you will trigger the achievement and get the reward. There is no need to raise children anymore. All you need to do is give birth to babies like crazy and you will take off. After the child was born, Lu Chengsheng did not name him immediately. Prepare to wait half a month for Lu Zier's child to be named together. This is also my wife's intention, she wants the 2 sisters' children to be named together. Lu Chengsheng naturally agreed to this small request. 20 days later, Lu Zier's child was born. It's a daughter. The system is still unresponsive. It is estimated that a certain number must be reached to trigger the achievement reward. But Lu Chengsheng was still very happy. It's not that they favor sons over daughters, but that they have both sons and daughters. Lu Chengsheng and his wife discussed the 2 children and named the boy Lu Wuyu and the girl Lu Wuyu. The meaning is the same as the peace and joy I thought of before. I hope that my children can grow up safely and without worries. You can also go on your own fairyland without incident. 1 month later, on this day, Lu Chengsheng came to Beibao Pavilion, took out 5 basic talismans that had not been graded, and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you accept this cleaning charm? How much is it worth?" To expose one's own talisman master's affairs naturally requires a gradual process. Therefore, it took almost 3 months to draw the 10 stacks of talisman papers he purchased. Lu Chengsheng left 5 blank talisman papers and drew them into the simplest cleaning talisman among the basic talismans. After all, the previous shopkeeper said that it is normal for new talismans to fail hundreds of times. Then I have only drawn cleaning charms 100 times, and succeeded in 5 of them. Is it considered a bit of a talent? Cleaning charm. The shopkeeper was stunned when he heard this. Looking at Lu Chengsheng, he remembered that he had sold flying swords to practice making talismans. Then his face showed surprise, and he said with some disbelief, "The 100 materials you bought last time were made into magic talismans. And they turned into 5. Although the cleansing talisman is the simplest basic talisman. But a novice who has never been exposed to talisman making can make 5 talismans 100 times, which is very exaggerated. Well, I kept failing before, but after I succeeded once, I felt much better, so I made these 5 talismans. I would like to ask the shopkeeper, is this talisman valuable?" Lu Chengsheng said. Thinking that he might have to act often in the future, Lu Chengsheng would practice his acting skills in front of the mirror during these days to make himself look more natural when talking nonsense. "Show me the talisman." When the shopkeeper heard this, he didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that Lu Chengsheng, a bred foreigner, would actually have such a talent for making talismans. Lu Chengsheng placed the talisman in his hand on the desk. Immediately, the shopkeeper picked up the talisman and looked at it. As an immortal cultivator, he naturally has some understanding of talismans. It can be seen that these 5 talismans, although the talisman lines are not very smooth, and the quality is not high, they are indeed completed without any problems. The shopkeeper said with some emotion, 100 materials can be used to make 5 talismans. Even if they are the same type of talisman, it shows that you are very talented in making talismans. But the cleaning talisman is just a basic talisman. It is not very valuable and few people want it. After saying this, the shopkeeper paused and continued. However, our Lu family has an incentive plan to encourage the family's children to learn skills. I'm willing to buy 3 basic talismans like this for 1 spiritual stone. Although you are a child of a foreign race, you still enjoy this benefit. The shopkeeper said this. Basic talismans are of little use and can only be used in daily life. For immortal cultivators, they are of little use. So not many people buy it and the price is low. 3 spiritual stones for 1. Hearing this price, Lu Chengsheng also had psychological expectations. After all, many first-level low-grade talismans only have 1 spirit stone. At this price, I can still earn 8 spiritual stones with my skill that has a 100% success rate. But he can't make money this way. Not to mention a 100% success rate would be outrageous. If I only earn this little money after working hard for 2 or 3 months with my skills, I would be treating myself like a black slave. However, Lu Chengsheng didn't want to make money through basic talismans. He only took these 5 basic talismans to show off his talent for making talismans. Chapter 11. Okay. Lu Chengsheng placed the 3 cleaning charms on the counter table. Then, he took out 11 more spiritual stones and said, Shopkeeper, please give me 10 more stacks of talisman paper and 2 boxes of spiritual ink. Give me these 5 talismans together, and I will give you 2 spiritual stones. The shopkeeper saw that Lu Chengsheng had this talent for making talismans and was willing to sell it better. Although he is old, he still has descendants. If Lu Chengsheng could really become a talisman master, he might still be in trouble. Thank you, shopkeeper. Lu Chengsheng immediately thanked him, put the remaining 2 talismans on the cabinet table, and took back a spiritual stone. The shopkeeper collected the talisman spirit stones and gave Lu Chengsheng 10 stacks of talisman papers and 2 boxes of spiritual ink. Thank you, shopkeeper. Lu Chengsheng thanked him again, turned around and left. It's amazing. It's a pity that he is not a descendant of my Lu family. Looking at Lu Chengsheng leaving, the shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. If a descendant of the Lu family had such a talent for making talismans and reported it to the family would be willing to spend some resources to train it. But after all, Lu Chengsheng was a son of a foreign race, a son-in-law, and could not be considered a member of the Lu family. Late at night, afterwards, Lu Chengsheng looked at the jade body lying on the big bed. He sat up, took out a cleaning charm from the bedside, and slapped it on himself. Suddenly, a breeze blew, and the sticky liquid on his body was swept away, making his whole body feel refreshed. This cleaning charm is quite useful. Lu Chengsheng was quite satisfied with the effect of the cleaning charm after trying it out. On the bed, Lu Lanshu, whose face was flushed from being tortured and whose beautiful eyes were intoxicated, saw Lu Chengsheng cleaning his body with a talisman and said softly, "Husband, this is such a waste. I can just come and serve you. It's okay. I drew this myself, it's not very valuable." Lu Chengsheng waved his hand and said, "This talisman was drawn by my husband." When Lu Lanshu heard this, her red lips slightly opened, and her gentle face showed surprise. In the past few months, Lu Chengsheng often drew talismans in the study. As one of his wives, she naturally knew about it. Although she has not cultivated immortality, she has lived in this kind of family environment and has heard about it under the influence of her ears and eyes. Knowing that making talismans is difficult, being able to draw talismans is very powerful. Originally, this group of them chose to marry a group of immortal seedlings. In addition to the rewards given by the Lu family, they basically thought that the mother was more valuable than the son. She doesn't have much thoughts or extravagant hopes for her husband. Because the Lu family made it clear from the beginning that it was almost impossible for these immortal seedlings to achieve anything. But understanding is understanding. If your husband is capable, that would be great. No matter in life in the future, chatting with sisters, or returning to the secular world, you will have face. After all, in addition to mothers being valued based on their children, wives are valued based on their husbands. Well, my husband seems to have some talent in making talismans. When you become a talisman master in the future, you will both live a good life. Lu Chengsheng laughed softly. Regarding the talisman, there is nothing to hide, and it will be revealed sooner or later. Maybe the Liu family will investigate and ask about the talisman making from people around them. So there is no need to hide it. Revealing this information to your wives and concubines can also make the harem more harmonious. I believe in my husband, Lu Lanshu said softly, looking into Lu Chengsheng's beautiful eyes, which were full of tenderness. Spring passed, autumn came, winter and summer reincarnated. Unknowingly, it had been more than a year since Lu Chengsheng came to Qingzhou Mountain. For more than a year, he has not left Qingzhou Villa, and his life can be described as extremely dull and boring. But practicing every day, making talismans, and spending time with my wife and concubines, my days are quite fulfilling. As for making babies, things have slowed down now. Lu Lanshu, Lu Zir, and Lu Qinger all just gave birth and needed time to recover. The 2 girls who were promoted to concubines from the maid are also pregnant and will give birth in a few months. As for the 2 maids sent by Uncle Fu, because Lu Chengsheng was busy making talismans in the past few months and his energy was limited, they could not get pregnant. After all, he is just a weakling at the first level of qi refining. The body and energy are limited. Moreover, Lu Chengsheng did not just use his wives and concubines as fertility machines. I usually spend some time cultivating some feelings and smoothing the relationship. The Liu family regarded him as a breeder, but he would not regard himself as a mere tool for sowing seeds. His wives and concubines also have good personalities. Indeed, as Uncle Fu said at the time, she was a noble lady in the worldly world of the Liu family, well-educated, dignified and virtuous, without any pretense. From the perspective of Lu Chengsheng, a time traveler, he should not be too naive and easy to coax. In addition, these 3 wives and 4 concubines are all girls from the Liu family, and they get along well with each other, so his backyard has always been very harmonious. After practicing today, he drew 2 talismans in the study. When Lu Chengsheng saw that the weather outside was nice, he carried his 2-month-old daughter to the yard to bask in the sun. In a place like Qingzhou Mountain, the climate still changes with the 4 seasons, with spring, summer, autumn and winter. It is spring at this time, and the sunshine is very mild and comfortable, making it perfect for basking in the sun. After half an hour of basking in the sun, Lu Chengsheng heard something moving in the yard next door, so he took his daughter to visit Li Feiyu's house next door. Li Feiyu is practicing martial arts in the small courtyard, and his power is amazing. It is no exaggeration to say that it only takes 1 punch to hit someone like Lu Chengsheng. Although he cultivated immortality, he did not give up on martial arts. Seeing Lu Chengsheng coming, Li Feiyu didn't continue practicing. He stopped and picked up a towel to wipe his sweat and said casually, "I heard that you have been practicing making talismans during this period. How come you have time to come to my place?" "Just busy work." Lu Chengsheng smiled. Because he has a good relationship with Li Feiyu and they are right next door, his wife often chats with Li Feiyu's wife when she has nothing to do. So it was normal for Li Feiyu to know that he was practicing making talismans. "How's your practice going? I heard that making talismans is very expensive." Li Feiyu went to the stone table in the courtyard, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of brewed tea. "It's okay, I'm a little hopeful. I don't ask for too much. I just have a good craftsmanship and can support my wife and children in the future." Lu Chengsheng also sat down and then said, although he and Li Feiyu have a good relationship, it is naturally impossible to tell them things that are related to themselves, and the rhetoric is the same to others. It's good. If you have a craft, you can be successful wherever you go in the future. Li Feiyu nodded, picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Lu Chengsheng. "What about you? What are your plans? It's impossible for the Liu family to let you go on like this, right?" Lu Chengsheng took the tea and took a sip. Among the 12 immortal seedlings who came to the Liu family together, all had babies, and now only Li Feiyu was left without a child. Lu Chengsheng even heard that his wife was still in perfect condition. "The Qiang heart technique I practice cannot break the body before innateness. I have also explained this to Uncle Fu, so the Liu family will not force me for the time being." Li Feiyu said this. He has a 7th grade spiritual root, and the Liu family is relatively tolerant of him, and will not force him at this stage. "The breakthrough is innate and queen," Lu Chengsheng said. Li Feiyu was silent for a moment and said, "Since we have signed a contract and used the resources of the Liu family, I, Li Feiyu, will naturally abide by the agreement." In 1 year at most, I will be able to break through my innate ability, and by then I will be able to lock my essence and make sure that my essence is not leaked and can only be used to give birth to children. Li Feiyu said this. Bullshit. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect martial arts to have this function. Why don't you practice it yourself? After all, I now have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and I need to take care of a lot. As for cultivating immortality and refining qi, it currently does not improve the body very much. He looked at Li Feiyu and asked curiously, Feiyu, if Qi's martial arts breaks through the Shantian, how will his strength compare to those of immortal cultivators? On the way to Qingzhou Mountain, Li Feiyu was able to quickly knock him down when faced with a wind blade from a monk from the Chen family. This shows that martial arts masters should be able to compete with immortal cultivators. But Lu Changsheng didn't know exactly how. After all, he has never seen the strength of martial arts masters. Immortal cultivators have only seen it once. Breaking through the innate, a body of innate true energy should be similar to the spiritual power of the 3rd level of qi refining. So if there's a fight, it depends on whether you can get close. But a 3rd level qi refining monk can drive away objects and hold magical weapons. It's too difficult for a warrior to get close. Li Feiyu said with a bit of a wry smile on his face. Innate in martial arts, he is already a top master in the world. He started practicing martial arts since he was a child. He practiced Sanfu in the summer and Sanju in the winter. After more than 10 years of hard training, he was only a first-rate master. It was also in the Lu family for more than a year that I ate spiritual rice every day and was nourished by spiritual energy, so my martial arts cultivation could progress so quickly and I could break through my innateness so quickly. But when a cultivator reaches the 3rd level of qi refining, he is comparable to an innate master. There is no comparison between the two. The reason why he didn't give up on martial arts and still spent time on it was that he had practiced to this point and had some obsession in his heart. Lu Changsheng nodded, probably understanding. An innate master and a 3rd level qi refining cultivator is a warrior and a mage. If the warrior can get close enough, he can still win. If he can't get close, the kite is basically dead. But when you think about it, you know that it is too difficult for an innate warrior to get close to an immortal cultivator. After all, in addition to magic weapons, if the cultivators also have any other means such as robes, talismans, etc., how will the warriors defeat them? Is there any realm beyond innateness? Lu Changsheng glanced at his daughter in his arms and continued. He suddenly thought that if his child did not have spiritual roots, he could send him to practice martial arts. After all, if the parents have spiritual roots unilaterally, the probability of their children having spiritual roots is very small. There is only a 1 or 2% probability. This is why the Lu family asked to have 50 children. This world is so dangerous, and it is impossible for my children to stay in Qingzhou Mountain for the rest of their lives. If you practice martial arts since childhood, you will not only strengthen your body, but you will also be able to protect yourself when you go out in the future. And, because of the second function of the system, Lu Changsheng always felt that none of his 3 current children had spiritual roots. The system of many children and many blessings will add all the talents and cultivation of the children to him. A child's spiritual roots cannot be detected until they are 5 or 6 years old, but it does not mean that there are no spiritual roots before then. But after the 3 children were born, Lu Changsheng didn't feel the slightest change in his spiritual roots. So he had this suspicion in his mind. Of course, the specific situation still depends on the age of the child. It will be known after the test. Lu Changsheng is just guessing and is not sure. There is an innate Grand Master above the innate Great Master. But even a great innate master can only compete with a monk at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. As far as I know, there are not many great innate masters in the entire world, so the two cannot be compared at all. Li Feiyu shook his head and said. Lu Changsheng nodded, having a general understanding of martial arts. Even if you practice to the limit, it is comparable to the middle stage of qi refining. Thinking about the talent and strength of your children that can be added to yours. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think, if dozens or hundreds of his children cultivated to the innate Grand Master, with this bonus, would he be able to compete with those in the later stages of qi refining, or even build foundations? As soon as this idea came up, Lu Changsheng felt that in the future, his children could practice immortality with spiritual roots and martial arts without spiritual roots. As for his own martial arts training, Lu Chengsheng just thought about it and had no idea of taking action. Nowadays, while practicing and making talismans, his wives and concubines take up most of his energy. There is no extra time and energy to spend on martial arts. Time flies, and more than a month has passed. Lu Chengsheng's fourth child was also born. It was his fourth concubine who gave birth to a girl. Lu Chengsheng was named Lu Zile. He had the name in mind from the beginning. At this time, Lu Chengsheng also discovered a problem. If he keeps giving birth like this, naming his children in the future will also be a headache-inducing problem. I thought I could use a family name, so that it would be relatively easy to name him in the future. As for the other concubine, she will also give birth in 2 months. It is worth mentioning that after testing, it was found that the concubine was pregnant with twins. In the study room, Lu Chengsheng drew the last piece of talisman paper into a first-level mid-grade talisman. Now he is still having some difficulty drawing the first-level mid-grade talisman. It's not a question of technique. Making talismans consumes spiritual energy and concentration. If he hadn't possessed the skills of a second-level talisman master, it would have been impossible to draw a first-level mid-level talisman with his first-level cultivation of qi. After resting for a while, pick up the talisman and open a locked cabinet next to it. I saw a stack of thick talismans, hundreds of them, neatly placed in the cabinet. It has been almost half a year since he obtained the talisman-making skills through a lottery draw. These talismans are his achievements in the past 6 months. Alas, there are so many talismans, but there is no way to sell them for money. Lu Chengsheng looked at these talismans and couldn't help but shake his head with emotion. Of the 20 stacks of talisman papers he purchased, except for his poor hands, he tried a few difficult first-level middle-grade talismans, but failed due to lack of spiritual power, and the rest were all made into talismans. It is no exaggeration to say that the success rate is 100%. But Lu Chengsheng didn't dare to sell any of these first-level talismans, so he could only leave them here to gather dust. After all, the last time I just took 5 basic cleaning talismans to Beibao Pavilion, the shopkeeper looked shocked. If he took out the first-level talisman, he would probably alert the top brass of the Lu family. As for selling it secretly elsewhere, it's not realistic. Not to mention that he needs to apply to the Lu family to leave Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Chengsheng himself was a little scared when he was asked to go out to Fairy Town alone to sell things in the market. There are no laws in this world of immortality. What should I do if I encounter a highway robbery or a robbery that kills people and steals goods? After all, he is just a weakling at the first level of qi refining and has not learned any magic. In other words, he is more flexible and stronger than ordinary people, and can only rely on talismans to protect himself. Don't rush, take your time. Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath and told himself in his heart that everything should not be rushed and caution is the way to go. Immediately, he picked up the 9 cleaning talismans, 6 clothes-purifying talismans, and 3 dust-avoiding talismans that he had drawn long ago, and walked towards the Beibao Pavilion. Prepare to exchange these 18 basic talismans into spiritual stones. At the same time, he once again showed off his talent for making talismans. Shopkeeper, please help me exchange these talismans into spiritual stones. Arriving at Beibao Pavilion, Lu Chengsheng shouted to the shopkeeper and placed the 12 basic talismans on the counter table. Hey, you made 18 talismans this time. And in addition to the previous cleaning talisman, we also made it into a clothes-purifying talisman and a dust-avoiding talisman. The shopkeeper picked up the talisman and recognized the other 2 talismans at a glance, and was stunned. I'm quite confident about the cleansing talisman and the clothes-purifying talisman now, but I'm still not close to the dust-avoiding talisman. You were right before I said it. It's too difficult and expensive to make the talisman. At this rate, I don't know how long it will take before I can draw a first-level talisman and become a talisman master. Lu Chengsheng looked like he was sighing in discomfort. Although the 3 kinds of talismans are all basic talismans, the difficulty is different and increases little by little. It's already pretty good. You are indeed very talented in making talismans. As long as you persist, you will definitely become a talisman master. The shopkeeper said with emotion on his face, feeling very incredible. Lu Chengsheng can now draw 3 basic talismans, and he can be considered a talisman-making apprentice. As long as you persist, you will definitely be able to become a talisman master. He put away the talisman, took out 6 spiritual stones and gave them to Lu Chengsheng, and encouraged him, keep up the good work. Thank you, shopkeeper. Lu Chengsheng picked up the spirit stone and left without buying anything else. Aren't you going to buy the talisman this time? The shopkeeper was a little surprised to see Lu Chengsheng take the spirit stone and leave. The previous talisman pen has been worn out and cannot be used, so I plan to wait for a while and buy a new talisman pen when I have the spiritual stone. Lu Chengsheng shook his head and said bitterly. Although the expression is fake, the words are true. The wolf-hair talisman pen is said to be able to be used 200 times, but in fact it is not good enough for 180 times. The rest was all supported by Lu Chengsheng's second-level skills, so he could continue to make talismans with the broken talisman pen. With his current income of 3 spirit stones a month, even if he keeps saving money, he still can't afford a new talisman pen. Unless you sell this robe. However, Lu Chengsheng had worn this robe for so long, and he liked it very much and didn't want to sell it. The shopkeeper also remembered that Lu Chengsheng's talisman pen had been used for so long. He thought for a moment and said, Lu Chengsheng, what is your success rate in drawing the basic talisman now? Like the cleansing talisman and the clothes purifying talisman, I'm already familiar with them, and I'm 70 to 80% sure. The dust avoiding talisman is almost 30% sure. I have tried the peace talisman several times but failed. Lu Chengsheng didn't know why the other party asked this, but there was definitely a reason, so he thought about it and said. The dust avoiding talisman is 1 level higher in difficulty, which is the level of the peace talisman. If you are 70% to 80% sure about the peace talisman, you can try to challenge the first order low-grade talisman. Good. When the shopkeeper heard this, he nodded and didn't say anything more. Lu Chengsheng cupped his hands and turned to leave. At this time, a girl with fair skin and good looks, wearing a green dress, walked towards the Beibao pavilion with a joyful face and passed by Lu Chengsheng. The girl glanced at Lu Chengsheng lightly, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Then he walked directly into the Beibao pavilion and shouted happily to the shopkeeper, Grandpa, I have broken through the 3rd level of qi refining. When the shopkeeper heard this, his old face was filled with a smile. You have broken through the 3rd level of qi refining. Okay, whatever reward you want, Grandpa will give it to you. Grandpa, I want a flying sword. The girl immediately made her request. No problem. The 3rd level of qi refining can control magical weapons. Grandpa has already prepared them for you. The shopkeeper said with a smile and took the girl to get the flying sword. Thank you, Grandpa, the girl said happily. Then he said casually, Grandpa, why did you knock on the door just now? I don't think he bought anything. He seemed to be chatting with you for a long time. Haha, he is practicing making talismans and bringing some basic talismans here to sell. The shopkeeper replied, making talismans. He is a step-in-law son-in-law who is also qualified to practice talisman making. When the girl heard this, she couldn't help but sneer. Most of the Lu family children in Qingzu Villa usually look down on Lu Chengsheng and other foreign immortal seedlings, and the same goes for girls. She even felt disgusted because of Lu Chengsheng's reputation of constantly marrying wives, taking concubines, and having children. At this time, I was disdainful when I heard that the other party was actually practicing making talismans. Yue, how does Grandpa usually teach you? When the shopkeeper heard this, he put away his smile, looked at his granddaughter, and said, although this Lu Chengsheng is a son-in-law and a foreigner, he has been diligent and pragmatic for more than a year, and he is worthy of our Lu family. If your words are spread, it will make our Lu family look stingy and intolerant. Moreover, this Lu Chengsheng is very unusual. He is very talented in making talismans. He is already an apprentice of making talismans. As long as he persists, he will definitely become a talisman master in the future. So, don't say such things anymore. You can make friends with him when you meet him in the future. When he really becomes a talisman master, it will also be helpful to you. The shopkeeper said so. Is it true? Then Lu Chengsheng is an apprentice of making talismans. Can he become a talisman master? The girl was stunned when she heard her grandfather's words, and then exclaimed, saying with disbelief on her face. You know, there are only two first-level talisman masters in the Lu family. One is the fourth elder of the Lu family, and the other is the eldest lady. But now, her grandfather actually said that a son-in-law who married into the family was actually an apprentice of talisman making and could become a talisman master. This made her very unbelievable. Of course it's true, why would grandpa lie to you? The shopkeeper rubbed his granddaughter's head with a bun. Why, besides, where does he get the money to buy materials to practice making talismans as a son-in-law? The girl still didn't believe it and kept muttering unconvincedly. She had tried to make talismans before, but she didn't have any talent in this area. At this time, hearing her grandfather's words, a son-in-law who was usually looked down upon actually had such a talent, which made her a little shocked. She felt that she was compared and felt unhappy. Spiritual roots don't mean everything. Some people are talented in some aspects. No one can say for sure. Okay, when you meet him in the future, don't say you have to please him or anything. You can be a little polite. The shopkeeper taught and comforted his granddaughter. While speaking, he took out a low-grade magic weapon flying sword from the cabinet and handed it to the girl. Qingzu Villa, in a courtyard. Old man Gui, why do you have the time to care about Lu Changsheng? Uncle Fu thought his friend was looking for him to have a drink and chat, but he didn't expect that he was talking about business. He was a little surprised when he was told that Lu Changsheng was very talented in making talismans. They are all old people from the Lu family, but they are already semi-retired and are responsible for simple things at Qingzu Villa. Since this kid is in my Lu family and has such a talent, naturally he can't waste it. Aren't you not clear about the current situation of our Lu family? The ancestors' situation is getting worse and worse, and the Chen family has been ready to make a move. If this continues, this boy is extremely talented in making talismans. If he can be trained a little, he can add a talisman master to our Lu family, which will be a good thing. The shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion sighed and said so. Hearing this, Fu Bo also showed a somewhat heavy look on his face. A few years ago, the battle between the Lu family and the Chen family not only resulted in many casualties among the young men of the Lu family, the ancestor of the Lu family was also seriously injured in that battle. The ancestor of the Lu family is already very old, and with this serious injury, he may not have much time left. Now the Lu family only has one foundation building monk, their ancestor. If the Lu family's ancestor dies, the Lu family will not have a foundation building monk in charge, and they will not be able to protect their current foundation and the blessed land of Qingzu Mountain. He nodded and said, yes, if this boy can really become a talisman master, he can also improve our Lu family's foundation a bit. Let's go, you and I will go meet the head of the family and let the head of the family make a decision. Immediately, the two of them walked towards Qingzu Valley. Qingzu Valley is the core area of the Lu family in Qingzu Mountain. There is a second-level spiritual vein below, which can be used by monks in the foundation building stage to practice. Son-in-laws like Lu Changsheng and ordinary children of the Lu family are usually not eligible to enter. However, as the elders of the Lu family, the two of them are qualified to enter. The two came to a mountain villa. Your Majesty, is Dr. Lu Changsheng very talented in making talismans? The head of the Lu family, Lu Yuanding, was very surprised when he heard the words of the shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion. Yes, master. Lu Changsheng bought a set of talisman making materials from Beibao Pavilion almost half a year ago and said he wanted to practice talisman making. I didn't take it seriously at the time. Unexpectedly, a few months later, the 100 talisman making materials he bought actually turned into 5 talismans. And this time, the 100 talisman making materials turned into 18 talismans. Although I don't know how to make talismans, I can see that this boy is extremely talented in making talismans. The shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion nodded and said with some emotion. Before this boy came to my Lu family, he had not yet started practicing, and he could not have been exposed to talisman making. In this case, he can indeed be called a gifted person. Lu Yuanding nodded thoughtfully. This Lu Changsheng is indeed good. He has been diligent in our Lu family for more than a year. Other immortal seedlings are not very willing to have children, but this Lu Changsheng has already made 5 women from my Lu family pregnant. At this time, Uncle Fu also spoke. This Lu Changsheng is just a farmer. Before he became an immortal, it would be good to be able to marry a wife. Now that you have such an opportunity, how can you hold it in the face of a woman? Lu Yuanding chuckled lightly, but didn't pay much attention. He continued, however, this boy comes from a farmer's background and is willing to marry and have children like this, which shows that he is relatively simple and easy to conquer. Since you have such a talent for making talismans, you can consider recruiting him as a descendant of my Lu family. Uncle Fu, go find Miao Zhe and ask her to see what Lu Chengsheng's talent and skills are for making talismans. If it is as worthy of cultivation as your uncle said, then I will train him a little bit. However, this son has only been in my Lu family for more than a year. He must not have returned home yet. He still needs more observation. Lu Yuanding pondered slightly. Yes, master. When Uncle Fu heard this, he cupped his hands and responded. This day, Lu Chengsheng was practicing. When his wife Lu Lanshu said that Uncle Fu and the eldest lady were coming, he immediately got up and came to the hall. In the hall, two figures were sitting. One of them is the steward of Qingzhou Villa, Uncle Fu. The other person is a 10-year-old woman. The woman's black hair was lightly pulled back, and she was wearing a dress as pure white as snow. With a slender and concave figure, he sat elegantly and dignifiedly on the seat. Her face is extremely beautiful, as clear as snow. She wears a snow-white dress and has an unearthly aura, just like a Tiantian snow lotus, holy and flawless. This woman was exactly the woman Lu Chengsheng had met once and remembered her name when he came to Qingzhou Mountain a year ago. Lu Miaozhe. She was also the eldest lady that Lu Lanshu was talking about. The other person looked exactly the same as the one Lu Chengsheng saw a year ago, without any change. Lu Chengsheng glanced at it and then looked away. Now that the system's effects are beginning to show, Lu Chengsheng has gained a clear idea with his second-level talisman master skills. I believe that through hard work, my future achievements will not be bad. Facing this eldest lady, unlike when I first met her, I felt that she was unattainable and out of reach. He bowed his hands and said, Uncle Fu, eldest lady. Feeling a little strange in my heart, Uncle Fu came over and let it go. What's going on with Miss Lu, the daughter of the head of the family, coming over? People like Lu Miaozhe should live in the core area of Qingzhou Mountain on weekdays and would never come to Qingzhou Villa. Lu Chengsheng, I heard Agui say that you have been learning talisman making during this period, and now you are a talisman making apprentice. Seeing Lu Chengsheng coming, Uncle Fu spoke. Agui. Lu Chengsheng was stunned when he heard the name. He is the shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion. Fu Bo reminded. The shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion is named Agui. Lu Chengsheng felt a little weird, and he vaguely understood what was going on. It should be because of his talent in making talismans. He immediately said, I am only a 9th grade spiritual root. I know that there is no hope in cultivation, so I thought it would be better to learn a craft, so I have been practicing making talismans during this period. I am now able to draw 3 basic talismans. It's great that you have this idea. You came to our Lu family, and I have noticed your performance over the past year. So, the reason why I came here with the eldest lady this time is to see how good your talisman making skills are. If it is true as Agui said, you are talented in making talismans, our Lu family will naturally provide some support and cultivation. Fu Bo sighed in admiration and said this. Lu Chengsheng secretly thought that it was true. He immediately made a gesture of gratitude, cupped his hands and said, Thank you Uncle Fu, thank you miss. What kind of talismans can you draw now? At this time, Lu Miaozhe, who was sitting beside him, looked at Lu Chengsheng with his beautiful eyes and spoke, his voice sounding like a clear spring, very pleasant. Miss, the talismans I can draw now include the cleaning talisman, the clothes purifying talisman, and the dust avoiding talisman. Lu Chengsheng said with cupped hands. You can draw the clothes purifying talisman and the dust avoiding talisman for me to see. Lu Miaozhe stood up, showing off his graceful figure wrapped in snow-white clothes. He took out a set of tools and materials for making talismans from the storage bag and placed them on the table. Yes, Lu Chengsheng pursed his lips, walked to the table, and immediately smelled a light fragrance, which was the body fragrance of the eldest lady. He calmed down his thoughts and picked up the pen on the table. This talisman pen is not the wolf-haired talisman pen he bought before. It is a golden yellow talisman pen. The pen barrel and nib emit a faint yellow light, and the word, Jin Zhu, is engraved on the end of the pen. Lu Chengxiang could tell at a glance that this was a top-quality talisman pen. Without thinking much, the pen tip was lightly dipped in the ink next to it, and then began to draw the netting talisman. At this time, Lu Chengxiang would naturally not write wildly, write freely, and use his pen and ink as he usually does when making talismans. Instead, it looks very nervous and is drawn slowly and stiffly. After a while, a cleansing talisman was completed. Lu Chengxiang glanced at the slim Lu Miaozh, and then continued to draw the dust-avoiding talisman. Just when he was about to complete the drawing of the dust-proof talisman, the moment the talisman line on the tip of the pen was finished, his hand shook slightly, causing the idea to be interrupted, and a wisp of green smoke filled the air from the talisman paper. "I'm sorry, miss, I was a little nervous just now," Lu Chengxiang said quickly. This is of course acting. He had previously told the shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion that he was only about 30% sure of the dust-avoiding talisman. "In the current situation, I am almost successful, but I am too nervous and eventually fail. Isn't this normal?" "It's okay. I can see that you are able to draw the dust-avoiding talisman. When you are outlining the line of the dust-proof talisman, you need to tap and release lightly to reflect the roundness. And at the end, this turning stroke needs to have a bit of contraction so that you can improve your success rate." Lu Miaozh opened his mouth to comfort her, his voice as soft as water, making people feel calm inside. The eldest lady is a talisman master. Lu Chengxiang suddenly felt enlightened when he heard Lu Miaozh's professional words. No wonder Uncle Fu and this eldest lady came here to assess themselves. It turns out that this eldest lady is also a talisman master. Also, if he wasn't a talisman master, how could he carry a top-quality talisman pen with him? Just now, he was wondering how Lu Miaozh could carry a top-quality talisman pen with him at all times. Now that I have a major, I have to act again. "Excuse me, miss, what does accept mean?" Lu Chengxiang looked like he was asking for advice humbly. "Don't you know the techniques of tapping, placing, touching, retracting, flicking, sliding and flashing to make a talisman?" Lu Miaozh frowned slightly and asked softly. "I only read an introduction to talismans and a complete collection of basic talismans. I just groped and studied the book on my own. I have never learned the writing technique you mentioned, miss," Lu Chengxiang said with an embarrassed look. Hearing this, Lu Miaozh pursed her red lips and didn't know what to say for a while. "No one taught me, I didn't learn any calligraphy skills, I just read 2 basic talisman books on my own, and I got to this point in practicing talisman making." This talent, even she felt ashamed of herself. "I have a book called The Essence of Talismans, here. It contains some tips on making talismans, using spiritual power, and my notes. Take it and read it carefully. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." Lu Miaozh took out a book from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Chengxiang. "Thank you, miss." Lu Chengxiang naturally accepted the kindness and thanked him excitedly. Then he said cautiously, "Miss, do I want to draw another one?" "No need, you have passed the test." Lu Miaozh, who had a watery temperament, put the talisman pen and spiritual ink back into the storage bag, and then shouted to Uncle Fu. "Okay, Lu Chengxiang, since you have this talent for making talismans, starting from this month, your monthly resources will be increased to 5 spiritual stones and 30 kilograms of spiritual rice." When Fu Bo saw this, he immediately said. Then he took out a set of talisman making tools from his storage bag and said, "Also, this set of talisman making tools is for you. Work hard. As long as you can become a high-level talisman master, our Lu family will never treat you badly." With that said, Uncle Fu patted Lu Chengxiang's shoulder affectionately. "Yes, thank you Uncle Fu." "Thank you, miss." Lu Chengxiang thanked him. Immediately, Uncle Fu and Lu Miaozh left. Lu Chengxiang immediately saw them off and sent them to the door. Lu Chengxiang shook his head slightly when he saw Lu Miaozh leaving, her graceful figure in white clothes like snow. If it's not necessary, try to have as little contact with this young lady as possible. As a man, an LSP, it is impossible for him to say that he has no thoughts about this elegant and fairy-like young lady. But, Yu Dao is a disaster. There are definitely not a few people inside and outside the Lu family who admire and secretly love such a stunning woman. If he really used the excuse of asking for advice on the talisman to approach this eldest lady, who knows if her admirer would come to her door and cause trouble for him. So just to be cautious, it's better not to come into contact. If you really want to make contact, you should wait until you have a certain level of strength. Wouldn't it be nice to discuss the way of talismans when the time comes? Only when you can endure it to the extreme, can you become an immortal. This is the motto Lu Changsheng has set for himself. At this time, Lu Lanshu, Lu Zer, and Lu Qing'er and the other girls saw Uncle Fu and Lu Maiage leaving, and quickly stepped forward to ask Lu Changsheng what was wrong with Uncle Fu and the eldest lady. Uncle Fu is the steward of Qingzhou Villa, and his status is extraordinary. Coming here with the eldest lady Lu Miaozh is naturally no small matter. Lu Changsheng did not hide anything from his wife and told the truth. When the girls heard this, they were overjoyed to hear that their husband had been favored by the Lu family because of his talent in making talismans. After all, Lu Changsheng's status in the Lu family has risen, and his wives, they have also benefited from it, and their status has risen with the tide. At the same time, Uncle Fu, who left Qingzhou Villa, asked Lu Miaozh, "Miss, what is Lu Changsheng's talent for making talismans? How long will it take for him to become a talisman master?" Although he is an immortal cultivator, he doesn't know much about making talismans. His talent for making talismans is very high, higher than mine. Lu Maiage pursed her lips and said softly, "What?" Hearing this, Fu Bo showed surprise. "The eldest daughter of my family is now 24 years old and is already a first-level mid-level talisman master. Within 20 years, it is expected to hit the second level." At this moment, it was said that Lu Changsheng's talent for making talismans was higher than hers. Doesn't it mean that Lu Changsheng's future achievements in Talisman Dao are also expected to be that of a second-level talisman master? This is simply amazing. If they knew, Lu Changsheng was already a second-level talisman master. He is still a second-level top talisman master, so I don't know how he feels. The next day, the news about Lu Changsheng becoming a talisman-making apprentice spread like wildfire throughout Qingzhou Villa. Many people from the Lu family and the immortal seedlings were shocked, and became envious and jealous of Lu Changsheng. No one thought that a mere son-in-law could have such a talent for making talismans. Many immortal seedlings had secretly laughed when they heard about Lu Changsheng's making of talismans, thinking that Lu Changsheng was just dreaming. But today, a large number of immortal seedlings came to Lu Changsheng's home to congratulate him. And each person was given a spiritual stone as a congratulatory gift. Li Feiyu also gave a spiritual stone as a gift, but Lu Changsheng returned it afterwards. He now has 5 spiritual stones and 30 kilograms of spiritual rice a month. And Li Feiyu still had 2 spiritual stones and 10 kilograms of spiritual rice. How dare he accept the money? As for the spiritual stones of other immortal seedlings, he naturally did not return them. It's a pleasure to have 10 spiritual stones in my account. He also took a look at the set of talisman making tools given by Uncle Fu yesterday. An ordinary talisman pen, but one level better than the Wolf Hao talisman pen. It can be used about 300 to 500 times. Then came 10 stacks of talisman paper and 2 boxes of spiritual ink, the quality of which was the same as what he bought before. If it were replaced by spirit stones, it would be almost 60 or 70 spirit stones. This reward plus treatment has been increased to 5 spiritual stones and 30 kilograms of spiritual rice. This wave is very good. Thinking that Uncle Fu and the eldest lady came here this time, it was the reason why the shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion helped. Lu Changsheng drew a few basic talismans as gifts and went to express his gratitude. He still understands this aspect of human nature. And at the same time, just 5 days later, Lu Changsheng's concubine who was pregnant with twins gave birth. They are 2 boys. Since he had long known that they were twins, Lu Changsheng didn't show too much surprise. Moreover, after becoming the father of 4 children, Lu Changsheng no longer felt as nervous and excited as he did at the beginning when he saw his child was about to be born. Much calmer than before. However, when the twins were born, Lu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised when he heard the system beep sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to twins for the first time, and you will get a chance to win a lottery. Twin offspring for the first time. It seems that the achievements of this system are similar to those of some previous games. As long as it occurs for the first time in certain aspects, or reaches a certain number of times, the system can let the money follow. When Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt, he was pleasantly surprised and thought slightly. After seeing his twin children, Lu Chengsheng came to his study and muttered silently. System, I want to draw a lottery. Immediately, a light red virtual lottery board that was exactly the same as last time appeared. It is divided into 7 areas: exercises, skills, pet animals, elixirs, magic weapons, treasures, and others. I don't know what I can draw this time. Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath, looking forward to it in his heart. After all, his previous second-level talisman making skills made him very surprised and satisfied. Start the lottery. The words fell. A golden light spun on the light red roulette wheel. Under Lu Chengsheng's expectant gaze, the golden light slowed down and finally stopped on the technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Shanziju. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can view it at any time. The pattern of a crystal jade book appeared, along with the system prompt sound. Shanziju. Lu Chengsheng looked at this reward and frowned slightly. Why does this name sound weird? His mind moved slightly, and he checked the Shanziju in the system space. Immediately a stream of information emerged. Everything in the world has beauty and ugliness. Human appearance, voice, and color are all inherent in beauty and ugliness, but everyone has the right to pursue beauty. The name of this method is the art of immortal posture, and it aims to allow everyone in the world to pursue the peerless immortal posture. Kung Fu, immortal posture technique. Grade, side door level. Explanation. In ancient times, there was a stunningly talented and beautiful man named the Old Man Crying from Heaven. Because he was born ugly and disgusting, he suffered a lot of blindness during his spiritual practice. Therefore, he worked hard and with great wisdom and perseverance, created the fairy posture, Ju. Practicing this method can improve the beauty and ugliness of the face, white bones under the skin, appearance, enhance charm, and maintain youth forever. Lu Chengsheng was speechless after seeing the introduction of this technique. I didn't expect that in my second lottery draw, I would get such a useless skill. After practicing the Shanziju, it has no other effect except making people look better, sound better, enhance their temperament and charm, and stay youthful forever. Lu Chengsheng really didn't know what to say. No matter what kind of skill you give me, would it be better than this one? What kind of boring person would it take to create such a useless skill? It's really a waste of a side-level skill. Lu Chengsheng shook his head and sighed, feeling very sorry. According to his understanding, in the world of cultivating immortals, martial arts are divided into elementary level, advanced level, exquisite level, side sect level, and authentic level. The Wei Yuan Gong he practiced was a low-level immortal cultivation technique. The Lu family's core technique is said to be an advanced technique. Now I have obtained a side-level skill book. A technique that was 2 levels higher than the Lu family's core technique turned out to be an auxiliary technique that was not helpful in cultivation or combat. This made Lu Chengsheng very uncomfortable and felt like vomiting. Well, although it's useless, it can't be said to be completely useless. At least it has the effect of lasting youth, and the person is handsome and charming. It is easy to make her fall in love with him. There are many advantages. I remember a game about cultivating immortals that I played in my previous life. There was a gameplay in it called Renfanliu, where you were good-looking and then became a rich boss. If I can find a fairy who is thousands of years older than me in the future, the road to immortality will be smooth in the future. Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath and began to comfort himself. Then, with a slight movement of mind, he used the technique directly and passed it on. Immediately, detailed information about the immortal posture Ju and its cultivation methods poured into Lu Chengsheng's mind. Tisk tisk tisk, it turns out that it's so difficult to be ugly. No wonder the old man who is crying today wants to create such a skill. After thoroughly comprehending the technique and understanding it, Lu Chengsheng sighed. According to the records in this book, people's appearance is divided into 7 levels: disgusting, ugly, weird, ordinary, outstanding, extraordinary, and fairy. And the appearance of the founder, Old Man Crying from Heaven, is ugly and disgusting. This also caused him to suffer a lot from the supercilious look on his way to cultivation and growth. After all, this kind of appearance makes people think that he does not look like a good person at first glance. Not only are people usually reluctant to interact with him, but if something bad happens, they will easily become suspicious of him. There were even some Yango who thought he was too ugly and were offended, so they directly killed him. It is simply a big tragic word. In Liu Changsheng's last life and this life, not to mention how outstanding he was in appearance, but he was not ugly either. Therefore, it is difficult to understand the determination of old man crying in heaven to create this technique. But after studying the exercises and knowing the creator's psychological experience, I can understand a little bit. Fortunately, you don't have to put much thought into practicing this technique, and it won't delay your practice. Otherwise, given my current situation, it would be unwise to spend time and energy practicing such a technique. Liu Changsheng took a breath and prepared to practice this immortal posture technique. Although he has no obsession with his appearance, if he can be more handsome and remain youthful forever, why not do it? After someone becomes handsome, there might be some fairy who will take the initiative to back him up in the future. What's more, there is an old saying in the past life, what comes comes comes. Now that the skills have been drawn, wouldn't it seem like a loss if you don't practice? The main reason is that this technique is very simple to practice, and there are two ways to practice it. One is to absorb spiritual energy through meditation, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate in the body, slowly modifying and improving the defects and flaws in the body's appearance. Another cultivation method is to build the foundation with the essence of 5 elements materials such as spiritual gold, spiritual wood, spiritual water, spiritual fire, and spiritual earth. In this way, you don't have to practice by yourself. The essence of the 5 elements in the body will make the exercises run automatically, baptize the body, and improve one's own condition. To put it bluntly, as time goes by, people will continue to become more handsome. Moreover, there are no requirements for the essence of the 5 elements materials. Ordinary first and second level spiritual materials are sufficient. No heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or rare spiritual objects are required. Only the higher the quality of the material, the better the effect. However, Liu Changsheng could only use the first method for the time being, because he couldn't afford first-level spiritual materials. Immediately, Liu Changsheng began to practice the immortal posture technique. One night passed, and the next day, Liu Changsheng looked at himself in the mirror. Although he looked exactly the same as before, he always felt that he had become a lot more handsome. After looking at it for half a quarter of an hour, Liu Changsheng stopped looking. He is self-aware and knows that this is an illusion. Just like every time I finish running, I feel like I have lost weight. Moreover, although this immortal posture technique is a side-level skill, it is not that magical. It's not like you can transform from being ugly and disgusting to being immortal after practicing cultivation. Just by practicing this technique, a person's appearance, bones, skin, etc. will all be improved silently and for the better. When the modification reaches a certain level and reaches its own limit, it will no longer be effective. It doesn't mean that there are many levels. If you cultivate to a certain level, you will become an immortal. If there is a standard for the peerless immortal appearance, and all the cultivation techniques are developed in this direction, wouldn't it be made from the same template? That group of people who practice Kung Fu all look the same and look so embarrassed. That's not worthy of being called a fairy. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Because his talent for making talismans was revealed, his life became much more comfortable, and Liu Changsheng was in good physical and mental condition. So in this month, with a little effort, one of the 2 maids who had not yet taken her as a concubine was successfully pregnant. Thinking that when both of them were pregnant, Uncle Fu would send a girl over again, Liu Changsheng didn't wait for Uncle Fu to take the initiative to send someone over, so he took the initiative to go to Uncle Fu to explain the matter of taking a concubine. After all, making talismans or something like that is almost enough. Marrying a wife, keeping concubines and making children is the way to go. Through 2 system draws, Liu Changsheng also tasted the benefits. Uncle Fu learned about Liu Changsheng's purpose and fell silent after hearing Liu Changsheng's words. Even after a year and a half, other immortal seedlings are still a little repelled by such things as marrying a wife and having children. But Liu Changsheng not only did not reject her, he also took the initiative to take a concubine, which made him unable to deal with it. But after a moment of silence, he agreed. I asked Liu Changsheng what type he liked and said he would send 2 to him later. But he said that including these two, he has already married 9 people, so there will be no more in the future and he cannot marry again. And because of Lu Chengsheng's talent in making talismans, Uncle Fu also gave some words of advice. Ask Lu Chengsheng not to be too obsessed with women, but to focus more on Fu Dao. Because of Lu Chengsheng's talent for making talismans and his background as a farmer, he has performed very well in the past year and a half. The Lu family has already intended to recruit Lu Chengsheng as one of their own. Whether you have 50 children or not is not that important. If at this time, Lu Chengsheng ruins himself because he is addicted to women and delays his official career, it will be difficult for him as a manager to account for it. Lu Chengsheng naturally agreed to this. I think 9 is about the same. If one is born a year, 9 can be born in a year. 10 days later, Uncle Fu sent Lu Chengsheng 2 young women from the Lu family, who were the concubines he had promised to him. At the same time, 4 old ladies were also sent to serve Lu Chengsheng and his family, wash, cook and take care of the children. Lu Chengsheng sighed deeply when he saw 4 old ladies in their 40s or 50s. I feel like I've been offended. The maids and maids who used to be sent to serve people were all young girls, but now they are old women. It seems they are the last 2. Half-year later. Second level of qi refining. In the practice room, Lu Chengsheng's clothes were still in the wind. He woke up from his meditation state, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and showed joy on his face. After a year and a half of hard training, he finally broke through from the first level of qi refining to the second level of qi refining. It took so long because it was wasted a lot of time by making babies and making talismans. Otherwise, with his current resource conditions of 5 spiritual stones per month, occasionally buying some spiritual tea and elixirs to supplement his cultivation would also be helpful to his practice. However, the little time wasted was worth it in Lu Chengsheng's opinion. In the past 6 months, Lu Chengsheng took the 7th concubine and the 2 women from the Lu family sent by Uncle Fu as his concubines, and they all became pregnant successfully. And Lu Lanshu, Lu Zier, and Lu Qinger all became pregnant with their second babies. In half a year, Lu Chengsheng had 6 more children to be born. This made Uncle Fu, who had been paying attention to Lu Chengsheng's situation, come to persuade Lu Chengsheng to be more restrained in women and not to be so anxious about having children. As for making talismans, he drew more than 200 talismans in the past 6 months. 50 of them were drawn into basic talismans and taken to the treasure pavilion for recycling to supplement the family income. And he told Uncle Fu that he was 50% to 60% sure to make a peace talisman. It is estimated that in a few months, he can try the first-level talisman. As long as he can successfully draw a first-level lower-grade talisman, he will be considered an entry-level talisman master. At the second level of qi refining, the spiritual power is almost twice as strong as that of the first level. Now it is no longer difficult for me to draw a first-level medium-grade talisman. Unlike before, when I almost fainted after drawing a medium-grade talisman, and failed directly with a talisman that was too difficult. If there are materials, I can even try to draw some first-level high-grade talismans for self-defense. Lu Chengsheng stood up and felt the spiritual power in the Dantian Qi Si. What trapped him from drawing talismans was not his skills, but his own cultivation. As long as his cultivation reached the threshold of talisman making, he could successfully draw talismans. However, his current tools and materials can only draw first-level medium-grade talismans at best, and he cannot try to draw first-level high-grade talismans. Even if he has the second-level full-level talisman making skills, without materials, it is difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. If he goes to the treasure pavilion to buy high-level talisman making materials, he doesn't know how to explain that he doesn't have the spare money. I can try to practice magic now. Otherwise, there is no other means except talismans. Lu Chengsheng said to himself. He has not practiced any magic yet. Apart from using talismans, he has basically no fighting power. On the road of spiritual practice, conflicts and battles are inevitable. Even if Lu Chengsheng didn't want to fight, and just wanted to get married and have children in peace, trouble would come. It is impossible to rely on go on smoothly all the way. It is undoubtedly self-deception. But there's no need to worry. As long as I don't leave the Lu family, there won't be any danger for the time being. Lu Chengsheng shook his head and walked out of the practice room to play and relax with his children. Just as he picked up a child and came to the yard, Lu Chengsheng saw Li Feiyu coming. He teased the eldest son in his arms and said, "Come on, call me Uncle Li." However, the child is only over a year old and can only vaguely repeat words. "Chengsheng, congratulations on breaking through to the second level of qi refining." Li Feiyu congratulated Lu Chengsheng. He lives next door to Lu Chengsheng. He was practicing martial arts in the courtyard just now, and when he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy here, he knew that Lu Chengsheng had broken through to the second level of qi refining. "Haha, it's been so long, it's time for a breakthrough," Lu Chengsheng said with a smile. Li Feiyu, a 7th grade spiritual root, devoted himself to cultivation and did not waste time on women. He broke through to the second level of qi refining half a year ago. "Chong Sheng, why do I feel much whiter and prettier than you before? What are you doing?" At this time, Li Feiyu looked at Lu Chengsheng, who was holding the child, and suddenly said, "Although the two live next door, they only get together every month or two." "Oh, is there any?" Lu Chengsheng paused slightly after hearing Li Feiyu's words. "I immediately thought that it should be the effect of practicing the immortal posture technique myself." Although he didn't pay much attention to this technique, he would still practice it when he remembered it. Although cultivating immortality and refining qi has the effect of cleansing marrow and cutting hair, it does not change much in terms of appearance, and skin whitening in the early stage. Immediately, Lu Chengsheng said casually, "Maybe I had to do farm work before, but now I have been pampering myself, and I am getting older, so naturally I have taken better care of myself." Tisk, 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 originally the two of us together are like red flowers and green leaves. If you continue like this, you won't be able to compliment me. Li Feiyu joked. "Go away. If I raise him for a few more years, this little boy will be my green leaf." Lu Chengsheng laughed and cursed. The next day, Lu Chengsheng came to the Lu family library, spent a spirit stone, rented the Introduction to Elementary Spells, and started practicing spells. Zizizi. In the practice room, Lu Chengsheng stretched out a finger with his right hand. Sparks continued to appear half an inch above the fingertip. But this spark goes out as soon as it forms a fireball. What Lu Chengsheng was practicing was one of the primary spells, the fire bullet technique. Can release a small fireball that bounces away. However, this spell is not easy to practice. Not only does the spiritual power need to be coordinated, but also the mantra needs to be recited. This spell is not called fireball technique or something, it is an ancient and jerky syllable. It's very difficult to coordinate with the spiritual power, so Lu Chengsheng hasn't mastered it yet after practicing for so long. After practicing for an hour, Lu Chengsheng's spiritual power was almost exhausted and he began to meditate and rest. Just like that, Lu Chengsheng added another thing to his daily life, practicing magic. 1 month later, hey, on Lu Chengsheng's fingertips, a red fireball the size of a thumb appeared. The fireball was not big, but it emitted a scorching heat that raised the temperature in the practice room. Looking at the small fireball on his fingertips, Lu Chengsheng continued to pour spiritual power into the small fireball, causing the flame of the small fireball to begin to grow. Just after the small fireball reached the size of an egg, Lu Chengsheng's fingertips that were holding the fireball began to tremble slightly. He pointed his fingertips fiercely, pointed at the target in front, and released the fire bomb. Bang! The fire bullet landed on the target, instantly melting the fine iron target into molten iron. Call. No wonder Feiyu said that the innate strength of martial arts is comparable to the third level of qi refining. In the face of such fire bombs, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you will definitely die if you are caught. Lu Chengsheng felt a little emotional after seeing the power of the fire bomb technique. He thought of the fight between the Lu family and the Chen family on the way to Qingzhou Mountain. The speed of the spells released by both sides is much faster than mine. And it can release multiple fire bombs, water arrows, and wind blades at one time, which is simply overwhelming. But this spell is too difficult. I only mastered the fire bullet technique in this month. There are also a lot of basic spells such as wind control, object control, spiritual vision, sound transmission, and qi condensation. How long will it take to practice this? Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath, shook his head and sighed. It took so much time to get started with a small spell. What if this was a more advanced spell? Cultivation is too time-consuming and energy-consuming. This reminded him of the talisman-making skills he had acquired. Some understand why this skill is so precious and popular. It's not simply because of the difficulty. Cultivation of immortality is very time-consuming, energy-consuming and money-consuming. Every time you study something else, you have to spend more time, energy and money. Most immortal cultivators simply don't have the time, energy and money to cultivate other things at the same time. You can only focus on one practice. 2 months later, Lu Chengsheng's 7th child was born. Standing outside the delivery room, Lu Chengsheng perked up when he heard the crying in the room, with a look of surprise on his face. But the next moment, a somewhat complicated look appeared in his eyes. The moment this child was born, Lu Chengsheng felt a mysterious feeling in his whole life. Spiritual roots. It's his spiritual roots that are throbbing. At the same time, a system beep sounded, letting him know that it was not an illusion. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to a child with spiritual roots for the first time, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. My previous guess was correct. If a child has a spiritual root, it will be there when he is born, but it has not been finalized yet and needs to develop and grow. It will not be finalized until the age of 5 or 6 and can be detected. And I have a system, and the child's spiritual roots will be added to me, so this child has spiritual roots, and I can sense it as soon as he is born. This also shows that none of my previous 6 children had spiritual roots. When Lu Chengsheng knew that his child had spiritual roots, he was naturally very excited and happy. After all, only children with spiritual roots can cultivate immortality. Only then can the spiritual root talent be added to him to increase his cultivation speed. But at the same time, after receiving confirmation that all his previous 6 children had no spiritual roots, Lu Chengsheng felt very complicated and uncomfortable. Although I had been mentally prepared for this for a long time, it was still a little uncomfortable when the reality appeared before my eyes. Because there is no spiritual root, it means that the child can only be immortal in the future, and he will watch his children grow old, sick and die one by one. This is also one of the cruelties of the world of immortality. Husband, what's wrong with you? Lu Lanshu on the side looked at Lu Chengsheng, who was suddenly in a trance, with such an expression on his face, and asked with concern. I'm fine, I just thought of something. Lu Chengsheng shook his head and dismissed the thoughts in his mind. Birth, old age, illness and death are all human nature. Don't say that your children have no spiritual roots. None of his wives and concubines have spiritual roots. In the future, I will also grow old, sick and die in front of myself. Although he has a system and can cultivate immortality, it does not mean that he has any hope of immortality, can cultivate himself to become an immortal, and live forever. So why do I want to do so much now? With the system in place, it would be best if all the children could be allowed to embark on the path of immortality in the future. If not, having him as a father can help the children grow up without suffering as much as possible, have a good growth environment, and spend their lives happily. Congratulations, uncle, you are a young master. At this time, the midwife came out holding the baby wrapped in a blanket. Son, hello son, as my first child with spiritual roots, he may have to suffer some hardships with me on the road to immortality in the future. Lu Chengsheng took the child and looked at the crumpled, red child with a smile on his face. Let's call this child Shenji. Lu Chengsheng raised the child high and said softly. This is his first child with spiritual roots. He hoped that this child could continue on the path of cultivating immortality with him in the future until he became an immortal. Immortal, Lu Lanshu, Lu Zir and other girls were a little surprised when they heard this name. Lu Chengsheng had previously named his children with the words, peace and joy, no worries, peace and tranquility. Why did this child suddenly change his gender? Seeing the expressions of the goddesses, Lu Chengsheng paused in his heart and said with a smile, I originally planned to tell you later. Today, my husband has successfully drawn a first-level talisman and has become a first-class talisman master. It can be regarded as taking the first step on the road to cultivating immortality. Today this child happened to be born, so I named this child Shenji in the hope that he can also embark on the road to cultivating immortality in the future. Lu Chengsheng found a reason to explain. Not only to explain to the girls, but also to the Lu family. If among the children in the future, this child happens to have spiritual roots detected, it will easily make people suspicious. Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband. Today is a double blessing. This child was born just after my husband became a talisman master. Such a good sign. When the girls heard this, their faces immediately lit up with joy and they congratulated Lu Chengsheng. Under the influence of their ears and eyes, they also have a lot of knowledge about making talismans. Knowing that her husband has become a first-class talisman master, his status in the Lu family will be completely different from now on. As wives and concubines, their status will also rise. The family entered the delivery room with great joy to visit the concubine who gave birth to the child. This concubine's name is Lu Yuzhu. He was also very happy when he heard the news that Lu Chengsheng had become a talisman master and his son's name. After chatting for a while, everyone left the delivery room. Lu Chengsheng also handed the child to Lu Lanshu, went to the study room, and started his third lottery. System, I want to draw a lottery. It's still the familiar lottery board. There have been 2 draws, and Lu Chengsheng still felt a bit nervous and expectant when looking at this lottery board. I hope you won't give me any more techniques like Shanziju and give me something useful. Lu Chengsheng prayed slightly in his heart, and then said silently, start the lottery. Immediately, a golden light spun on the light red roulette wheel. Under Lu Chengsheng's expectant gaze, the golden light slowed down and finally stopped on the treasure column of the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talisman, golden light brick. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can view it at any time. A picture with a long golden brick pattern and a golden talisman appeared along with the system prompt sound. Fu Bao. When Lu Chengsheng heard this notification sound, his expression was filled with surprise. He had seen information about talismans in a classic book of the Lu family. This is a kind of treasure between a talisman and a magic weapon. Seal part of the power of the magic weapon in a specially made talisman. This allows low-level monks to temporarily use the power of magic weapons. But it only has 20 to 30% of the power of the original magic weapon. But 2 to 3% is already a lot. After all, this is a magic weapon. A magic weapon that can only be used by real people who have formed the core of Dan. For ordinary foundation building monks, it already has crushing lethality. Talisman treasures are extremely precious. They are priceless but not marketable. Lu Chengsheng only saw them in books. He did not expect that he would actually draw a talisman treasure. Lu Chengsheng immediately checked the talismans in the system space. Talisman. Golden brick. Explanation. Jingguang Zhenren refined this talisman with his own top-grade magic weapon, golden light brick. When used, a golden light brick will appear and attack the enemy. It has 30% of the power of golden light brick. Note: full power can be used 3 times to explode. Only mana during the foundation building phase can fully explode the power. Spiritual power during the refining phase can only use part of the power. The refining of a top-grade magic weapon means that this talisman is more powerful than ordinary talismans. Lu Chengsheng looked at the information introduction about this talisman with an expression of surprise. The talisman is refined by Master Jaden using his own magic weapon. In terms of power, it will naturally vary according to the level and quality of the magic weapon. This golden brick talisman is made from a top-grade magic weapon, which shows that its power is among the best among talismans. With a full burst of power, if you use it 3 times, this talisman will be invalid. With my cultivation level in the Qi refining stage, I can only use it with 1/10 of the power. I should be able to use it a dozen times, right? Lu Chengsheng thought in his mind. Every time the talisman is used, the power of the talisman sealed inside will be consumed. Once the magic weapon's power is exhausted, this talisman will naturally become invalid. Unless the refined original magic weapon is found to warm it up and replenish its power, it cannot be repaired. Naturally, there is no way to find someone to repair the talisman that was drawn from the system. Moreover, there are not many real people who are willing to use the power of their magic weapons to refine talismans. Most of the time, the immortal Jaden who is about to die will do this in order to leave treasures for future generations to defend themselves. With a thought, Lu Chengsheng took out the golden brick talisman from the system space. Immediately, a talisman with long golden bricks appeared in his hand out of thin air. This talisman feels much rounder and thicker than the talismans he usually draws. The long golden brick pattern on it exudes sparkling golden light and is vivid. With the technical knowledge of a second-level talisman master, Lu Chengsheng could tell at a glance that the material of this talisman was made from the fur of a high-level monster. The ordinary talisman papers he uses now are mostly made of low-level spiritual materials. For example, the Qingling bamboo that covers the entire Qingzhou mountain is a low-level spiritual material. When it comes to high-level, top-quality talisman paper, it must be made with advanced spiritual materials or monster fur. As for the materials for drawing second-level talismans, the same is true. It is necessary to use first-level and second-level spiritual materials as raw materials to make talisman paper and spiritual ink. This is one of the reasons why it becomes more and more difficult for talisman masters as you get to the back. Not only is it difficult to upgrade, but the material cost is also expensive. If you want to improve your skills, you have to keep throwing money into this bottomless pit. With this talisman, I also have a trump card. In the future, I will have the power to save my life when facing the foundation. Lu Chengsheng carefully put away the talisman. Even if only part of the power can be unleashed during the qi refining period, it is enough for him now. Just like the 20% to 30% power of Jaden Zhenren's magic weapon is enough to crush the foundation building monks. When he uses the talisman in the qi refining stage, even if he explodes with some power, it is enough to crush the monks in the qi refining stage. Go and tell Uncle Fu tomorrow that I can refine a first-level low-grade talisman. Lu Chengsheng glanced out the window at the darkening night. It has been a year and a half since he first went to Beibao Pavilion to buy talisman-making materials. In the past year and a half, he has purchased 506 talisman papers and drawn talismans. The heat is almost done. He had also been preparing to reveal his status as a first-class talisman master at about this time. It just so happened that I told my wife and concubines about my son Lu Shenji today, so there was no need to wait any longer. Thinking of his son Lu Shenji, Lu Chengsheng suddenly thought of his own spiritual roots. His spiritual roots felt a mysterious throbbing feeling at the moment his son was born. But until now, I still feel nothing. I don't know what level of spiritual root my son has. With the addition of his talent, how much has my spiritual root changed? Lu Chengsheng said secretly, spiritual roots are a virtual indicator of the qualifications for cultivating immortals. It's not like there's an extra visible organ in the body. According to the description in the book he had read before, the Tianmen points and dantian of the human body of immortal cultivators with spiritual roots are different from those of ordinary people. Therefore, even if Lu Chengsheng is an immortal cultivator, he has no way of specifically seeing the changes in his spiritual roots or how much they have changed. It can only be seen with treasures that specialize in detecting spiritual roots, or magical powers such as spiritual eyes. But currently, Lu Chengsheng does not have these conditions. Therefore, he chose the simplest and most direct method. Look at how different the speed of your practice in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is from before. After all, the most direct and obvious manifestation of the improvement of spiritual roots is the induction and inhalation of spiritual energy. The better the spiritual root, the higher the degree of integration with the spiritual energy induction, the faster the cultivation speed, and the fewer bottlenecks. Several hours passed. Lu Chengsheng can be sure that his cultivation speed has indeed increased. But this improvement is very small, less than 10%. With only such a small bonus, Lu Chengsheng came to a conclusion in his mind. His son's spiritual roots are not that good either. Even if he is just born and his spiritual roots have not yet been finalized, he will probably not be much taller if he can grow to 5 or 6 years old. As expected, it is the 8th grade, low-grade spiritual root of the 9th grade. The 7th child has spiritual roots. He is considered lucky. How can he still have spiritual roots? Lu Chengsheng sighed slightly, knowing that this was completely normal. His wife and concubines are all ordinary people, and his spiritual roots are only at the 9th level. The probability of his children having spiritual roots is about 1 to 2%. The 7th child has spiritual roots, so he is considered very lucky. As for how good the spiritual roots are, middle-grade spiritual roots, and high-grade spiritual roots, I really think too much. Except for a few rare cases, most children's spiritual roots are similar to their parents, and not much higher. What's more, 99% of people with spiritual roots have low-grade spiritual roots. The immortal seedlings that came to the Lu family all had low-grade spiritual roots, and none of them had medium-grade spiritual roots. If you want to have more children with spiritual roots, you still have to have children with women who have spiritual roots. If both parents have spiritual roots and are cultivators of immortality, the probability of their children having spiritual roots is as high as 1 to 2%. Lu Chengsheng thought in his mind. She thought that if she continued to have children like this, with ordinary women, 99% of her children would be ordinary people. He does have a lot of utilitarianism in getting married and having children. But he didn't want to live like this crazy. At that time, children without spiritual roots can only watch them grow old, sick and die. As for letting them grow up happily and spend their lives happily. Now there is no problem with having fewer children. He can keep the water level and treat them well. But what if there are a certain number of children? Lu Chengsheng knew that he would never be able to treat everyone equally when the time came. Just look at the history of previous lives where emperors killed their own sons. If he had too many children, he would definitely be like this, and he would not bother to care about children without spiritual roots. Moreover, marrying a wife, taking concubines, and having children also requires a certain amount of time and energy for him. This is still a bit far away. It is natural to have children. If possible, we should try our best to provide good health and good education. Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath, shook his head, and did not think more about this. He also felt that he thought a little too much, was a little indecisive, and acted emotionally. Cultivating immortals is against the will of heaven. If you are too entangled in emotions, it is difficult to go far, and you may even develop a demon in your heart. I don't know if I can marry a woman with spiritual roots from the Lu family after I become a talisman master. Seeing that it was already dawn, Lu Chengsheng got up and went out, ready to tell Uncle Fu that he could draw a first-level low-grade talisman. Suddenly, I thought, if I become a first-level talisman master, can I marry a woman with spiritual roots from the Lu family? If it were before, this would be absolutely impossible. It's wishful thinking. A mere son-in-law dares to eat swan meat. But now, with his talent in making talismans, it is not impossible to become a first-grade talisman master. As long as he doesn't say marrying Miss Lu Miaozh, this core woman of the Lu family, there should be hope. It would be best if I could marry a few women with spiritual roots. The children born in the future will most likely have spiritual roots. It's good for both me and the children. But there's no rush for now, and there's no rush. Lu Chengsheng thought to himself. It would be good if I could marry a woman with spiritual roots. But he is only at the second level of chi refining now, and the only thing he can rely on is the first level lower grade talisman making skills. Even if he marries a wife with spiritual roots, it's easy for the husband to lose his power, and the harem will not be as harmonious and peaceful as it is now. Moreover, if he makes such a request to the Lu family, it will definitely not be as simple as taking a concubine from the secular woman of the Lu family, and it will cost some money. So Lu Chengsheng thinks that he doesn't need to consider this for the time being, and will consider it when the conditions are met in the future. Besides, with his second-level talisman making skills, it is not difficult for him to marry a few fairies with spiritual roots in the future. Chapter 21. Lu Chengsheng, you said you can draw a first-level talisman. In the living room, Uncle Fu had a look of surprise on his face when he heard Lu Chengsheng's words. Yes, Uncle Fu, I'm just not skilled enough yet. Lu Chengsheng nodded, then took out a talisman and said, this is the first-level low-grade talisman I drew, the Fire Bullet Talisman. This talisman is naturally different from the talismans that Lu Chengsheng usually draws. The upper lines look a bit bumpy and not smooth enough, but it is considered a success. It's really a first-order talisman, a Fire Bullet Talisman. Okay, you go back and rest first, I will report this to the head of the family. Don't worry, now that you have become a first-level talisman master, our Lu family will never treat you badly. Uncle Fu took the talisman and looked at it for a few times. After confirming that it was correct, he said with a surprised look on his face. Yes, thank you Uncle Fu. Lu Chengsheng said goodbye slightly and went back to wait for the results. Lu Changsheng was playing with his children in the yard. The older children are now able to walk. They run around in the courtyard when they have nothing to do and are very lively. At this time, the bell rang in the courtyard. Someone is coming. Opening the courtyard door, there were 3 figures standing at the door. They are Uncle Fu, the head of the Lu family, Lu Yuanding, and the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Miaozh. Seeing the 3 people, Lu Changsheng immediately knew the purpose of his visit. It's about becoming a first-level talisman master. Unexpectedly, just 1 day later, the head of the Lu family came. And he even came to the door in person. I've met the head of the family, I've met the eldest lady, Uncle Fu. Lu Changsheng quickly bowed his hands and invited the 3 of them to come in and take them to the hall. At the same time, he waved to his wife to take the child to the backyard. These are all your children, they can all walk. Lu Yuanding had an elegant and handsome face. When he saw the children in the courtyard, he spoke in a gentle tone. Yes, master. Lu Changsheng nodded. No need to be restrained, Changsheng, you have been in my Lu family for more than 2 years. Lu Yuanding was like a family elder at this time, and the name Lu Changsheng was also changed to Changsheng. Reporting to the head of the family, it has been almost 2.5 years since I came to the Lu family. Lu Changsheng said, time flies so fast, more than 2 years have passed before I knew it. You should get used to it these past 2 years. Lu Yuanding continued to speak. Except for the beginning, he paid a little attention to the situation of the fairy seedlings and came to Qingzu Villa twice, but basically never came later. Thank you, master, I've been living well these past 2 years, and Uncle Fu has taken good care of me. Lu Changsheng said, in my heart, I couldn't help but secretly thought, I am already 20 years old, but I still thought that a 3-year-old child was playing this trick with me. It's better to have something practical. At this time, one of Lu Changsheng's wives came to the hall carrying spiritual tea, put it down and left. Changsheng, I heard Uncle Fu say that you are already able to draw a first-level low-grade talisman. At this time, Lu Yuanding took the tea, took a sip, and got into the theme. Yes, head of the family, I have been able to draw the fire bullet talisman after practicing for this period of time. It's just that the success rate is not high right now, only 10% or 20% sure. Lu Changsheng opened his mouth and said so. Everything is difficult at the beginning. In more than a year, you have mastered your talisman making skills to this point and become a first-class talisman master. You are already very good. Show it to me. Miao Zhe just happened to be here too. I can take a look and give you some advice. Lu Yuanding said in a gentle tone. Through the fire bullet talisman Lu Changsheng gave to Fu Bo, he naturally knew that Lu Changsheng could draw the first-level talisman. But for this kind of thing, naturally we still need to see it in person and confirm it. Yes, master, I'm going to get the talisman making tools. Lu Changsheng stood up and said. No, I have it here. Lu Miaozh stood up and said, taking out a set of talisman making tools. Her voice is still as soft as water, making people feel like a spring breeze. Thank you, miss. Lu Changsheng took the tool from Lu Miao. The talisman pen is still the golden zoo talisman pen from last time. When he came to the table and spread the talisman paper flat on the table, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath as if he was a little nervous, dipped in ink and began to draw the fire bullet talisman. The first talisman was almost halfway completed when a mistake was made and the talisman emitted smoke. However, Lu Yuanding and others did not say anything and signaled Lu Changsheng to continue. In the second drawing, although Lu Changsheng's performance was a little bumpy, he still succeeded. You are still a little nervous, but you have made great progress compared to last time, but your use of spiritual power is not precise and natural enough. Lu Miaozh on the side saw this, lightly pursed his moist lips, and commented aloud. With Lu Changsheng's second-level talisman making skills at full level, it couldn't be easier to hide it from her. Thank you to the eldest lady for your guidance. I can make such progress thanks to the essence of talismans, given to me by the eldest lady. Lu Changsheng said with cupped hands, feeling a little excited. Very good. I didn't expect you, Changsheng, to successfully draw the fire bullet talisman the second time. It seems that you just said that you are only 10 to 20% sure, which is too self-effacing. Lu Yuanding on the side also laughed out loud. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that Lu Changsheng, whom he almost didn't want because of his 9th grade spiritual root, would actually have such an astonishing talent in making talismans. In 1.5 years, he went from a novice to an advanced talisman master. This talent is not only no worse than that of his daughter Lu Miaozh, it is even better. This age and talent are enough for the Lu family to extend an olive branch. It was just a fluke this time, just good luck. Lu Changsheng said a little embarrassedly, like a simple young man. Young man, don't be too modest. Lu Yuanding waved his hand and continued. I have always watched your performance in the Lu family for more than 2 years, and I have already regarded you as one of my own. Now that you have become a first-class talisman master, it is impossible for our Lu family to treat our own people badly. This is the conditional treatment I will give you again, take a look. As he spoke, Lu Yuanding took out a piece of brown parchment from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Changsheng. This is a spiritual contract, somewhat similar to a previous life contract. Lu Changsheng and his group of immortal seedlings had signed this kind of contract before when they came to the Lu family. Thank you, Master. Lu Changsheng took the spiritual contract with a flattered expression and looked at its contents. The above content is very simple and straightforward. Unlike the contract in the previous life, which was densely packed for several pages, one could fall into a trap if one was not careful. First, the previously signed contract is void. Lu Changsheng is no longer the son-in-law of the Lu family, or the second-in-law. Rather, he is a serious wife and is the son-in-law of the Lu family. Therefore, there is no need to give the Lu family 50 more children in 20 years and give birth to as many children with spiritual roots as possible. The children born are also their own. Second, enjoy the same treatment as the direct descendants of the Lu family. You can move to the core area of Qingzhou Mountain and live in Qingzhou Valley to enjoy the second-level spiritual veins. And the monthly resources have been increased from 5 spirit stones to 10 spirit stones, as well as a bottle of Wanglong pill. The obligation he needs to pay is to help the Lu family refine a certain number of talismans every month. And according to the needs of the Lu family, they practice corresponding talismans and so on. Of course, these talisman-making materials are naturally produced by the Lu family, and it is also the Lu family that cultivates talisman making. With Lu Changsheng's second-level talisman-making skills, this obligation condition is naturally a pure profit. But the last one made Lu Changsheng frown slightly. If you want to leave the Lu family, you need to be informed 20 years in advance. Otherwise, 3 times the resources spent by the Lu family on him must be returned. The previous conditions are indeed good, I can't say enough. But the last one made him hesitate slightly. The last one, to put it bluntly, is that it is best to stay in the Lu family all the time, and everyone will be happy. If you want to leave and leave the Lu family, you have 2 options. Either repay 3 times the resources the Lu family has spent over the years, which is equivalent to redeeming oneself and leaving. Either tell the Lu family in advance and work for the Lu family for 20 years. Deep down in his heart, Lu Changsheng had always wanted to leave. As long as you have passed the initial stage and have a certain level of strength, you will choose to leave the Lu family and establish your own immortal cultivating family. In the Lu family, although they were safe and sheltered, they were still dependent on others. There are many things that are daunting to do. For example, in terms of making talismans, he delayed it for a full 1.5 years in order to show off his first-level talisman making skills. There are already more than 400 first-level talismans hidden in the room, nearly 500. If it were exchanged for spiritual stones, it would be a huge sum of money. Moreover, Lu Changsheng knew that his talent was not good. If you want to go on the road of cultivating immortality and go far, you can only rely on the system. You must have more children and have more children with spiritual roots. It is very difficult and troublesome to rely on ordinary wives and concubines to produce offspring. You must marry more fairies with spiritual roots. Even if the Lu family is willing to marry a woman with spiritual roots, they can only marry 1 or 2 at most. It is impossible to marry 9 of them directly to yourself like you are marrying secular women like you are doing now. Even the Lu family had some scruples about his desire to have a large number of secular women to have children. Chong Sheng, if you feel something is wrong, if you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them directly. This contract is just a temporary thought I made today, so naturally there will be some imperfections. Seeing Lu Chengsheng's hesitant and confused expression, Lu Yuanding took a sip of the spirit tea and said in a gentle tone. In the hall, Lu Yuanding and Uncle Fu both looked at Lu Chengsheng, waiting for him to make a choice. Master, the conditions here are naturally very good. I am very satisfied and have no objections. I have 2 questions. Do my current children belong to me or to the Lu family? If I live in the Lu family all the time, can I still marry and take concubines? Lu Chengsheng opened his mouth and said so. He was not stupid. How could he believe what Lu Yuanding said was just a last-minute thought, and he could mention any shortcomings? Although he has now become an advanced talisman master, he is far from qualified to negotiate terms with the Lu family. If we talk about leaving now, it will definitely affect the Lu family's senses, views, and arrangements for themselves. Although he was living under someone else's roof, he thought of leaving after the initial period. But now, he still needs to grow up under the protection of the Lu family and live there for a long time. So it would be unwise to negotiate conditions at this time. The conditions are almost there. Just be harsh. What's more, the Lu family's contract cannot be said to be particularly harsh. It was within the acceptable range of Lu Chengsheng. After all, it is normal for the Lu family to train themselves and let themselves go through the early stages safely. It is normal for them to pay some price. Lu Chengsheng also has confidence in himself. I believe that as long as I survive the early stage in the Lu family, it will not be a big problem to repay the Lu family 3 times the resources with the help of the system and the skills of the second-level talisman master. Apart from anything else, in the future, the Lu family will be able to make a lot of money by providing materials for them to make talismans, relying on their skills with a 100% success rate. You know, the profits of magic weapons, elixirs, and talismans are very high, and they are huge profits. Quote? When Lu Yuanding heard Lu Chengsheng's words, he couldn't help but be stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. He had just seen Lu Chengsheng struggling, and thought he was struggling with conditions and treatment. I didn't expect Lu Chengsheng to ask such a question. Who does the child belong to? Can I still marry wives and have concubines in the future? Simply. However, he was relieved when he thought that Lu Chengsheng was just an ordinary farmer. This is completely the mentality of a small farmer. All he thinks about is his wife and children. It was just by chance that he had spiritual roots and entered the path of immortality, and at the same time he was extremely talented in making talismans. In Lu Yuanding's opinion, this is better, and it is easier to integrate into the Lu family and be used by the Lu family. Uncle Fu on the side was also speechless by Lu Chengsheng's question. I thought that Lu Chengsheng was really full of women. He has already married 9 girls from the Lu family, but he is still not satisfied and still wants to take wives and concubines. Fortunately, the servants she served Lu Chengsheng before were all old women. If they were young and beautiful maids, they would have been ruined long ago. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with the girl, he really hoped that Lu Chengsheng would concentrate on Fu Dao and stop being obsessed with women all the time. Lu Miaozh on the side was still as indifferent as before, with an impassioned temperament, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Haha, don't worry. According to the above conditions, you will be my Lu family's son-in-law from now on, not a son-in-law. All the children will naturally belong to you. As for marrying a wife and taking concubines, this is your freedom. Naturally, our Lu family will not interfere. Lu Yuanding smiled. What they were interested in was Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng's revealed talent value, several children, and secular women were nothing to them. Thank you, Master. Then I have no more questions. Lu Chengsheng said with cupped hands. Immediately, Lu Yuanding asked Uncle Fu to take out the contract signed by Lu Chengsheng before and cancel the contract. Sign a new contract with Lu Chengsheng on this spiritual contract. From now on, we will treat the Lu family as our own home. Lu Yuanding said with a gentle and elegant smile. Then he lightly patted Lu Chengsheng on the shoulder and continued. In the next few days, I will have you get your identity plate and arrange your living garden in Qingzhou Valley. When everything is arranged, Uncle Fu will inform you. Quote, you are still living here these days, and the welfare benefits will start from this month. Lu Chengsheng was slightly startled, knowing that the other party was trying to win people's hearts. But there is no denying that these actions and words really make people feel comfortable. He nodded and said with cupped hands, "Yes, Changsheng thanks my master." Immediately, Lu Yuanding left with Uncle Fu and Lu Miaozh. Lu Changsheng went out to see him off. Seeing the three people leaving, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. From now on, he can be considered firmly established in the Lu family, right? Then, a group of wives and concubines also came. They gathered around Lu Changsheng and asked if the head of the family came here because of becoming a talisman master. Ever since they learned that Lu Changsheng could draw a first-level talisman 2 days ago, they were looking forward to this even more than Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng did not hide anything and told the truth. Tell the girls that after a while, his family and his children can move to Qingzhou Valley. After hearing the news, all the girls were overjoyed, and their eyes looking at Lu Changsheng became more affectionate and gentle. The next day, the news that Lu Changsheng has become a first-level talisman master and will move to Qingzhou Valley soon has also spread throughout Qingzhou Villa. This news is like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, causing waves. All the Lu family children in Qingzhou Villa were extremely envious and jealous of Lu Changsheng. You know, as descendants of the Lu family, they are not qualified to live in Qingzhou Valley and can only live here in Qingzhou Villa. But now, Lu Changsheng, a foreigner, is able to live in Qingzhou Valley. This shows that Lu Changsheng's status as the son-in-law is already higher than theirs. As for the group of immortal seedlings who came to the Lu family with Lu Changsheng, they were so envious that their back molars were broken. Yudao is that you are afraid that your brothers will suffer, and you are also afraid that your brothers will drive Land Rover. Normally, they would not compare themselves with the children of the Lu family. But Lu Changsheng, like them, was eliminated by the Qingyan sect and became the son-in-law of the Lu family. Now that I see Lu Changsheng achieving such an achievement, I am naturally envious, jealous and uncomfortable. I secretly hate myself for not having the talent for this. No matter what they think, now that Lu Changsheng has become a first-level talisman master, they can choose to flatter him. People came to express their congratulations and send them gifts. After all, after being involved in cultivating immortals for so long, everyone knows the value of a 20-year-old talisman master. Not only the group of fairy seedlings, but also many of the Lu family disciples from Qingzhou Villa also put down their arrogance and came to Lu Changsheng's home to congratulate and give gifts and make acquaintances. Congratulations, Changsheng. Li Feiyu from next door was the first to come over and brought his wife to congratulate him. He was also carrying a box of spiritual tea. He broke through the Shantian realm in martial arts 6 months ago and was able to lose his virginity. Now his wife is pregnant. Thank you. It's so kind of us to give you anything else. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and smiled. He could see that Li Feiyu was somewhat disappointed. After all, Li Feiyu devoted himself to cultivation, and with his 7th grade spiritual roots, his cultivation had always been much ahead of Lu Changsheng. Now, Lu Changsheng has become a first-level talisman master. He is overtaking in a corner and has a bright future, far surpassing him. Of course, Li Feiyu was still happy from the bottom of his heart that Lu Changsheng became a talisman master. He is not that narrow-minded and ungrateful person. I have been getting along with Lu Changsheng for more than 2 years, and our relationship is very good. It's okay. It's rare for such a happy event to happen. How dare I come here empty-handed? Li Feiyu saw that Lu Changsheng didn't have any pretensions at all, and he said with a smile just like before. Afterwards, the two reminisced about old times and chatted. During the process, a man came to the door with a gift to congratulate. After receiving the people who came to congratulate him a day ago, Lu Changsheng took a look and found that he had received many gifts today. Some were given spiritual stones directly, some were given spiritual tea, spiritual fruits, and materials for making talismans. In total, there were almost 56 spiritual stones. This made Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. If in the future, I give birth to a child and have a banquet, wouldn't I be able to accept gifts without mercy? But he was just thinking about it. With the system of having many children and many blessings, Lu Changsheng's future path is to be prudent in everything and build a wide circle of people. After all, I am a family man with many children, so I have to pay attention to my reputation. This kind of thing is okay once or twice, but if you do it too many times, it will affect your reputation and other people's perceptions of your senses. It's not necessary, it's not worth the loss. In the next few days, Lu Changsheng, as usual, practiced with peace of mind, stayed at home with his children, and waited for news from Uncle Fu. As for his wives and concubines, they were looking for sisters in a happy mood during the past 2 days, and their best friends dropped by to reminisce and chat. To put it bluntly, it was just to show off that Lu Changsheng became a talisman master. This makes all the sisters and best friends who were married to other fairy seedlings envious and jealous. He secretly wondered why he didn't marry Lu Changsheng in the first place. Regarding this situation, Lu Changsheng saw it and said nothing. After all, wives and concubines are human beings, not baby-making machines, and have various emotions and desires. This was fine and harmless now, but he could already predict that in the future he would have a group of wives and concubines and countless descendants. There would definitely be wives and concubines, and the descendants would cause trouble for him, the ancestor, and would implicate him. Family has its benefits, but sometimes it can be a drag. But that's how it is in cultivating immortals, there are gains and losses. Since there was a system of many children and many blessings, Lu Changsheng was mentally prepared for choosing this path. 7 days later, Uncle Fu came to the door and told Lu Changsheng that arrangements had been made in Qingzhou Valley and he could move there at any time. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately started to move. However, after living here for more than 2 years, I have 9 wives and 7 children, so naturally I have added a lot of things. Looking at so many things, Lu Changsheng had a headache for a while. Haha, the owner of the house has long expected that it would be very troublesome for you to move. This is a storage bag. It was given to you by the head of the family. He said that as a talisman master, you should also have a storage bag in the future. This will be much more convenient. Uncle Fu took out a dark leather bag and handed it to Lu Changsheng and said, "Storage bags." When Lu Changsheng heard this, his eyes lit up. Since he hid many talismans, he had long thought of buying a storage bag to hold the talismans. But he asked at Beibao Pavilion and found out that the cheapest storage bag costs 50 spirit stones. Although he had 5 spiritual stones a month, it still felt a little distressing to ask him to take out 50 spiritual stones and buy a storage bag, so he didn't buy it in the end. Unexpectedly, Uncle Fu said that the head of the family would reward him with one. "Thank you, Uncle Fu, thank you, Master." Lu Changsheng immediately thanked him. Xin Dao has a skill that is very popular, and he became a talisman master, and the Lu family became much more generous to him. Haha, as long as you work hard in the Lu family, our Lu family will never treat our own people badly. Fu Bo said with a smile. Then he took the bag and continued, "You probably haven't used a storage bag yet. Let me show you. Just align the opening of the bag with the items you want to put in, then inject a bit of spiritual power into the bag, lock the items, and they will be automatically inhaled." After saying that, he pointed the mouth of the bag towards the table and chairs beside him and input a little bit of spiritual power. Immediately, a white glow shot out of the bag, covering the stool, causing it to shrink rapidly and then be sucked into the bag. This is collection. If you want to take out items, it's the same. Just use your spiritual power to lock the items you want to take out of the storage bag in advance. As he spoke, another white ray of light shot out, and the stool that had just been put in flew out and returned to its original shape. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene with surprise and joy. He felt that having a storage bag like this would be much more convenient. "Okay, take it and use it." Uncle Fu saw the excitement in Lu Changsheng's eyes and handed the storage bag to Lu Changsheng. However, there are some taboos when using storage bags. Lu Changsheng, you should pay attention to them. First, this storage bag only has 1 cubic meter of space and can only shrink items 10 times. So if something is too big, or too much is sucked into it, the storage bag will become ineffective. Wait a minute, you don't need to put in big things like beds, tables, chairs, etc. The garden over at Qingzhou Valley is fully equipped with furniture and so on. Second, do not put living objects in the storage bag. If you put living people or animals in it, they will definitely die. So don't try it on children. The third thing is not to expose your wealth. This kind of storage bag does not have the function of identifying the owner. If someone robs it, anyone can take possession of the contents inside. Therefore, when you go out in the future, try not to expose the storage bag in front of other immortal cultivators, otherwise it will easily lead to death, disaster. Uncle Fu spoke with a solemn tone and gave instructions to Lu Changsheng. Yes, Uncle Fu, I will definitely remember it. Lu Changsheng nodded, naturally keeping these words in mind. Immediately, he took the storage bag and started moving. Put all the scattered talismans in the study cabinet that need to be taken away into the storage bag. Suddenly, moving, which was originally very troublesome, became much simpler. In no time, everything was packed away. Considering that most of Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines were now pregnant, and they had so many children, Fu Bo even got a carriage parked at the door. After letting the women and children sit in the carriage, Lu Changsheng saw Li Feiyu coming to see him off, and stepped forward with a smile. Feiyu, you can't visit casually anymore, but don't worry, I will still come to disturb you when I have time. If anything happens to you, you can always come to me. Our relationship doesn't require me to say anything, right? Lu Changsheng patted Li Feiyu affectionately and said. Thanks to the life-saving grace and the friendship they had gotten along with each other over the past 2 years, Lu Changsheng regarded Li Feiyu as his good brother and true friend. Okay, of course I know who you are. You're a big man, so there's nothing to say. Just go ahead and go, it's not too far away. Li Feiyu smiled and waved his hand, saying with a carefree expression. Immediately, Lu Changsheng sat on the carriage and drove the carriage towards Qingzhou Valley with Uncle Fu. Looking at the leaving carriage, Li Feiyu sighed slightly, with a bit of envy in his eyes, and then returned to his room to start practicing. Uncle Fu, Lu Changsheng. Uncle Fu, Brother Changsheng. Brother Changsheng, let's move. Someone on the road saw Fu Bo and Lu Changsheng in the carriage and said hello, their eyes full of envy. A young girl saw Lu Changsheng on the carriage and was slightly in a trance, then walked towards the Beibao Pavilion. It's not far from Qingzhou Villa to Qingzhou Valley. After the carriage drove slowly for about 10 minutes, Uncle Fu stopped the carriage and said to Lu Changsheng. This is Qingzhou Valley, but it is protected by formations. If you want to enter, you must take out the identity plate I gave you to enter. Fu Bo said this. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he took a closer look and noticed a layer of transparent ripples in front of him that were invisible to the naked eye. When he first entered Qingzhou Mountain, he also saw this similar formation. Unexpectedly, there is actually a layer of formation within the Lu family. Afterwards, Fu Bo took out his identity plate and drove the carriage through the transparent ripples. The scene inside Qingzhou Valley is somewhat similar to that outside. The difference is that the green bamboo here is much taller and taller than the green bamboo in the mountains outside. And you can also see some bamboos that are as green as jade and very conspicuous. In the air, the spiritual energy is extremely rich, and there is a faint air of immortality. Looking from a distance, you can also see some cultivated terraces, planted spiritual grains, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual medicines. Is this Qingzhou Valley? Lu Changsheng looked around and asked curiously. Yes, this is the core area of Qingzhou Mountain, Qingzhou Valley, and there is a second-level spiritual vein below. You will get twice the result with half the effort if you live here in the future. If your wife, concubines and children live here for a long time, it will also have the effect of strengthening your body and prolonging your life. Uncle Fu introduced with a smile, then continued to drive the carriage and stopped in front of a manor. This is your residence. Uncle Fu pointed to the manor and said to Lu Changsheng. So big. Lu Changsheng looked at the manor in front of him, a little surprised. This manor is many times larger than the previous private courtyard. At first glance, it seems to cover an area of 5 or 6 acres. This is natural. When you come here, the conditions are naturally different from those at Qingzhou Villa. This manor is not only large and has a beautiful environment, but it also has sound insulation and soul-gathering formation effects. Fu Bo introduced. Then the wives and concubines on the carriage got out of the carriage one after another, and were shocked from ear to ear when they saw the manor in front of them. They originally lived in the secular world, and their living conditions were not so good. Everyone walked into the manor. The houses and buildings inside are built with great style. The pavilions, winding corridors, and rockery ponds made Lu Changsheng feel as if he had entered a royal palace he had seen in his previous life. It was luxurious and grand. Moreover, the dense spiritual energy in the air makes this manor feel more like a fairyland on earth. Tisk, 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 the residence in the qi refining period is so good. If this is the place where the great monk of foundation building and the master of pill formation live, how gorgeous it must be. Lu Chengsheng looked at the swaying bamboos, the sparse flowers and trees, and the goldfish playing in the pond, and couldn't help but sigh. He was extremely satisfied with this residence. Even though he started cultivating immortals and became an immortal cultivator, Lu Chengsheng still felt that he was a common person. Move things later, you can do it yourself, and I will take you to get familiar with it here in Qingzhou Valley. This place is different from Qingzhou Villa. Everyone lives in their own place and rarely disturbs each other, so there are some things I need to tell you. After Uncle Fu let the women and children enter the manor, he said to Lu Chengsheng. Afterwards, he took Lu Chengsheng for a walk around Qingzhou Valley. Tell him some taboos and places he cannot approach. Because the people living here are basically the senior officials of the Lu family and the elders of the guest family, as well as the core descendants of the direct lineage of the family. There are no shops like Beibao Pavilion here, because there are not many people living here, and the demand for this area is not high. So if you need to buy something, you can only go back to Qingzhou Villa to buy it. However, on the 1st of every month in Qingzhou Valley, a small trade fair will be held. The children of the clan, and even some elders of the guests, would take out some idle items and set up stalls for trading. After taking Lu Chengsheng for a tour and explaining everything, Uncle Fu left. And Lu Chengsheng also returned to his residence. On this day, Lu Chengsheng officially moved into the core area of the Lu family, Qingzhou Valley. After arriving at his new home, Lu Chengsheng took out some moving items from the storage bag, then went to his new practice room and began to meditate. Look at the difference between the cultivation effect of the second-level spiritual veins in Qingzhou Valley and the first-level spiritual veins in Qingzhou Villa. A few hours later, Lu Chengsheng opened his eyes and said with joy. It is indeed a second-level spiritual vein. The spiritual energy is several times richer than that of Qingzhou Villa. It has increased my cultivation speed by 30% compared to before. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng clearly realized the benefits brought by the second-level spiritual veins. Moreover, it only increased by 30% because his speed of refining spiritual energy was limited. Otherwise, Lu Chengsheng felt that his cultivation speed could be a little faster. However, he is very satisfied with this improvement. Immediately, Lu Chengsheng became full of passion for cultivation in the following time. 4 days later, a steward named Lu Bo from Qingzhou Valley came to Lu Chengsheng's residence. A gold talisman pen and 100 talisman-making materials were sent. Ask him to hand in 20 fire bullet charms within a month. This was one of the contents of the previous contract between Lu Chengsheng and the Lu family. The Lu family provided the materials, and Lu Chengsheng came to make the talisman. For Lu Chengsheng, 20 fire bullet talismans a month was no problem, it was a pure profit. However, this is because the Lu family is still in the training stage for Lu Chengsheng. In the future, both the quantity and quality of talismans will be improved. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chengsheng had moved to Qingzhou Valley for more than a month. On this day, his 8th child was born. It's a daughter. When the child was born, Lu Chengsheng did not feel any throbbing in his spiritual roots. I knew immediately that this child had no spiritual roots. Since it was certain that the system could detect the child's spiritual roots, the child had no spiritual roots, which made him feel a little disappointed. But I was just slightly disappointed. He has also opened up a lot about matters related to children's spiritual roots and can accept them with a normal heart. Looking at the newly born child, Lu Chengsheng suddenly thought that today is the last day of this month and tomorrow is a new month. In Qingzhou Valley, there is a small trade fair on the 1st of every month. I have never seen this kind of trade fair among monks. I can go and have a look tomorrow. Lu Chengsheng thought in his mind. Before he became a talisman master, the Lu family's children and Xian Miao gave him a series of gifts, which gave him some spare money. Therefore, I also want to see what this small trade fair in the Lu family is like. Early the next morning, Lu Chengsheng arrived at the trade fair in Qingzhou Valley. The place where the trade fair is located is called Zushan Lake, and there are pavilions and waterside pavilions built beside the lake. In these pavilions and waterside pavilions, members of the Lu family placed items to be traded on stone tables. Or the listing indicates that you want to purchase some items and resources. I don't know if I arrived too early or if it was just a small crowd, with only about 10 people setting up stalls. The items sold were only a few scattered items, nothing he could use. Lu Chengsheng walked around and felt that it was not interesting, so he was going to go back directly. Just when Lu Chengsheng walked out of the water pavilion, he saw two women walking hand in hand. One of the women he knew was the eldest lady Lu Miaozh. This eldest lady is dressed very simply, with 3,000 black hair tied behind her back with a moon-white ribbon, making her look elegant and graceful. Wearing a simple and elegant moon-white dress with no other accessories, it is very simple, with an unworldly and refined temperament, as elegant as a fairy. Lu Chengsheng had never seen the other person before. But when he saw this woman, he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. This woman looked to be 10 years old, with a very beautiful appearance, and she looked very similar to Lu Miaozh. But the makeup, clothes, and temperament are completely different from Lu Miaozh. Her makeup was very delicate, her black hair was tied back with a dark blonde hair ornament, a few strands of hair on both sides fell to her chest, and two dazzling stone earrings hung on her white earlobes. Wearing a dark black, sexy and slim-fitting off-the-shoulder dress with gold embroidery, it vividly shows off the curves of the figure, allowing everyone to see them at a glance. The skirt of the lower body has a high slit on both sides like a cheongsam, allowing people to see part of the woman's plump thighs and jade-like round calves. However, at this time, a pair of slender legs were not the white and greasy color of Kashang Saishui. They were covered with a layer of black silk stockings as thin as cicada wings, making the legs look even more slender and attractive. Lu Chengsheng was surprised and took a second look. In addition to the black translucent stockings, the woman was also wearing a pair of gorgeous high heels with slender heels and black gold patterns. The tapering heels are estimated to be 3 to 4 inches high, and they make the outline of the woman's legs more perfect and sexy. It's like a New Year's Day series of legs. The whole person looks cool, noble, sexy and alluring, and is more than half a head taller than the eldest lady Lu Miaozh who sits beside him. What are you looking at? If you shine brightly again, I'll dig out your eyes. This woman in a black skirt and high heels saw Lu Chengsheng's eyes falling on her, and her voice was as cold as an icy spring. Wan. When Lu Miaozh saw this, he gently pulled his sister. Then he showed an apologetic expression to Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng also felt that he was a little out of sorts. Mainly because he didn't expect that black stockings and high heels would appear in this world of immortality. And this woman is wearing a dark gold dress with black stockings and high heels, which is really eye-catching. There was a sexy allure in the noble and cool look, which made him look at it twice. I've met the eldest lady. I've seen this young lady, so I'm rude. Lu Chengsheng raised his hands in a generous manner. If it were him before, he might be embarrassed. But now, as a man with 3 wives and 6 concubines and several children, this matter does not make him embarrassed. Food, sex. When you see black stockings for the first time, isn't it human nature to look twice? However, through Lu Miaozh's words and the looks of the two women, he heard that they were sisters, and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the temperaments and personalities of the two sisters are so different. Lu Chengsheng, what do you want to buy when you come here? Lu Miaozh asked Lu Chengsheng with a soft voice. I heard from Uncle Fu that there is a small trade fair here on the 1st of every month, so I thought of coming over to take a look. Lu Chengsheng said so. No one will arrive at the trade fair until noon. You're a little early. Lu Miaozh said softly. That's it, but I didn't buy anything. I just came here to see the rise. Now I'm ready to go back. Lu Chengsheng nodded and didn't communicate much. It's normal to lust after her, but women like Lu Miaozh are not something he can afford to offend temporarily, so it's better to have less contact with her. In such a large public, who knows whether Lu Miaozh will be targeted by his admirers and followers just because he said a few words to him. Immediately, Lu Chengsheng bowed his hands, said goodbye and left. Seeing Lu Chengsheng's leaving figure, the woman in black dress next to Lu Miaozh showed a bit of disgust on her face and said, "Is he Lu Chengsheng? He is really as lustful as the rumors. He has married 9 wives and concubines, and he is still so lustful." Quote, Wan, you should also pay attention to your clothing, this is a bit. Lu Miaozh said softly, it's a bit frivolous, isn't it? Sister, women only look good to please themselves. I dress up for myself, not for others. When Lu Miaohuan heard her sister's words, she curled her lips and said indifferently, "It seems that I still know too little about this world. Yes, I have lived in the village for the past 18 years. Apart from being taken to Qingyan sect, the farthest place I have been to is the county seat. Now that I have come to the Lu family, I have never left even half a step away. I understand everything by reading books. How can I know too much? This is a world with cultivators. How can we look at it from a limited perspective? A lot of fairy tales and fantasy anime in my previous life had high heels and long legs per capita, so it's quite normal to have stockings and high heels." Lu Chengsheng returned to his residence and said with some emotion. He didn't pay too much attention to what happened today. This is just a small episode in life. I would like to see where these shoes and socks are sold in the future. I have no other ideas, I just want to give some gifts to my wives and concubines. In the ordinary and boring life of cultivating, making talismans, and practicing spells, more than a month has passed. Lu Chengsheng has another concubine who is pregnant with his second child. At the same time, the 9th child was born. There is still no spiritual root palpitation, which means there is no spiritual root. The day after the 9th child was born, Lu Chengsheng received a letter. He was a little surprised when he saw the letter. It was actually sent by Hong Yi, who had participated in the immortal sect assessment together. The letter first said hello briefly, and then asked Lu Chengsheng if he still remembered the original 3-year agreement. Now it has been more than 2 years since we parted ways with the Qingyan sect. I hope Lu Chengsheng and Li Feiyu will also come to get together. He also stated that Xiao Shehui, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin all agreed to attend the appointment. 3-year agreement. Lu Chengsheng looked at the content of the letter and narrowed his eyes slightly. This 3-year agreement was a joke made by Hong Yi during the chat when the 6 of them were introduced to the Qingyan sect. It was agreed that everyone, regardless of whether they enter the immortal sect by then, would gather together at the Rui County's largest restaurant, the Rui House, 3 years later. If it weren't for Hong Yi's letter, Lu Chengsheng wouldn't even remember this incident, and would only regard it as a joke. Unexpectedly, Hong Yi wrote a letter mentioning this matter. He also said that Xiao Shehui, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin would all come. There's almost half a year left. Do you want to go? Lu Chengsheng thought in his mind. On the way to Qingzhou Mountain, the wave of attacks and killings by the Chen family left him a little shadowed. I feel that the world of immortality is too dangerous and I don't want to leave the Lu family easily. But seeing that Xiao Shehui, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin were also coming to this party made him want to attend the appointment. Yudao means many friends and many paths. The 3 of them are all disciples of the Qingyan sect. If they can maintain this friendship, it may be helpful and beneficial to him in the future. Although he was not familiar with Xiao Shehui and Zhao Qingqing, he had a good relationship with Han Lin at first. On this appointment, I can get rid of the talismans I have accumulated over the years and buy some materials for drawing top-grade and top-quality talismans. With the talisman in my possession, as long as I don't encounter a great monk in the foundation building stage, there shouldn't be much of a problem. And I asked Zunxian that after 3 years away from home, it's time to go back. After Lu Chengsheng thought for a while, he decided to take a trip. In addition to keeping appointments, there are other things to do, and things to come to an end in the secular family. Now that I have received the letter, Feiyu should also have received the letter. Lu Chengsheng thought. He immediately went out and walked towards Qingzhou Villa to see what Li Feiyu planned. It is best to travel together and be safe. Lu Chengsheng did not go directly to Li Feiyu's house. Instead, he first came to Beibao Pavilion and greeted the shopkeeper. If it hadn't been for the shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion, his talent for making talismans would not have been known to the top brass of the Lu family so smoothly, so he came to visit and thank him. Besides, he is still under the control of others in the Lu family. It is not a bad thing to make good friends with the Lu family and give him a good impression. After all, cultivating an immortal is not only about practicing, fighting and killing, but also about being humane. The shopkeeper of Beibao Pavilion also looked happy and relieved when he saw Lu Chengsheng coming to Qingzhou Villa and coming to visit him. When he helped Lu Chengsheng in the first place, it was just out of selfish motives. Seeing that this young man Lu Chengsheng has good talent for making talismans and is a good person, he can be used by the Lu family. But Lu Chengsheng's behavior made him feel even better. I think this guy is really good. Later, Lu Chengsheng bought some medicinal materials for strengthening the body and cultivating the body in Beibao Pavilion as gifts and took them to Li Feiyu's house. He now has 10 spirit stones a month, while Li Feiyu still has 2 spirit stones. He helped the latter directly, and the other party would not accept it. And there's no way he could do that. Not to mention that he was not rich enough to do so, but the relationship between the two also changed. Now it's just right to come over and pick up some things. Carrying his things, Lu Chengsheng came to Li Feiyu's home. Come here, why are you still carrying things? Li Feiyu was a little surprised when he saw Lu Chengsheng coming. It's not like we're visiting from next door now. Isn't it normal to come here to pick up something once in a while? Besides, my sister-in-law is going to give birth in 2 months, so these are all things to nourish the body. Lu Chengsheng said casually. He is the same age as Li Feiyu, but Li Feiyu is a few months older than him, so he calls Li Feiyu's wife sister-in-law. Okay, then I won't be polite. When Li Feiyu heard this, he didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. You also received Hong Yi's letter, right? Arriving at the hall, Li Feiyu made a pot of tea, guessed Lu Chengsheng's intention, and spoke. I received it. I just saw the letter and thought that since Hong Lin and the others would go, I would go and get together. Besides, I have been away from home for such a long time, so I have to go back and make a break, so I came here to ask what you think. Lu Chengsheng said directly. I think the same as you. Li Feiyu nodded. Okay, let's get together then. There's still half a year left, so we'll set off almost a month in advance. After all, the journey from Qingzhou Mountain to Ruyi County is so long. Lu Chengsheng said. No problem. I usually have nothing to do. Just come over and call me on the day you leave. Li Feiyu said. Immediately, the two chatted again, and Lu Chengsheng had lunch at Li Feiyu's house before leaving. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed. On this day, Lu Chengsheng's 10th child was born. This child was born and still had no spiritual roots. However, the moment the child was born, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the number of host's children for reaching 10, you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Really? When Lu Chengsheng heard the system prompt, he felt happy and thought to himself that it was indeed true. He had already guessed in his mind that when the triggered achievements reached a certain number, rewards would be triggered. The first number is 1 and the second number is most likely 10. I don't know if the next number will be 20, 50, or 100. Lu Chengsheng thought to himself. Without thinking much, Lu Chengsheng went to visit the child. It's a girl, very cute. After visiting his wife, concubines and children, Lu Chengsheng returned to his study to start his 4th lottery draw. System, I want to draw a lottery. Lu Chengsheng recited silently. Immediately, a light red virtual lottery board appeared in front of him. Lu Chengsheng looked at the familiar lottery board, took a deep breath, and prayed in his heart. I hope to get a book on how to practice the exercises. His current Wei Yuan Gong belongs to the most basic mass cultivation technique. The advantage is that the practice is smooth and stable, and there will be basically no problems during the process. But the disadvantage is also the same, it is too reliable, resulting in a very slow speed of refining spiritual energy. He didn't feel anything at Qingzhou Villa before. Now that I have come to Qingzhou Valley and practiced on the 2nd level spiritual veins, this feeling is very obvious. So Lu Chengsheng thought that if he could get this practice method, the situation would be improved. After all, even if the system pulls it again, it will still give me side-level skills, right? Start the lottery. Lu Chengsheng exhaled his breath and said. Immediately, the golden light started spinning on the light red roulette wheel. After waiting 5 seconds, the wheel slowed down. Under Lu Chengsheng's gaze with some nervous anticipation, the golden light stayed on the pet beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the 9 Nether Mastiff cub. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can view it at any time. A dark, wolf-like animal appeared from the large turntable, accompanied by a system prompt. 9 Nether Mastiff cub. Lu Chengsheng paused after hearing this and looked happy. Although it is not the technique he wants most. But he also feels very good about things like pet beasts. After all, anyone who has played games in previous lives knows the importance of having a good baby. It's similar in this world of cultivating immortals. If you have a good spiritual pet to accompany you as you grow, it will be of great help in terms of combat power and other aspects. Although he has never heard of the name, Nine Nether Mastiff, he doesn't know what level of monster it is. But through the previous 3 draws, Lu Chengsheng also had some confidence in the system. Know that the things produced by the system may be useless, but they will never be garbage. Lu Chengsheng's mind moved slightly. He looked at the 9 Nether Mastiff in the system space, and information immediately appeared. Spiritual pet. 9 Nether Mastiff. Grade. Mid-grade heaven grade. Explanation. An ancient exotic ferocious beast, with a middle-grade heavenly bloodline, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the 9 netherworlds of the ancient true spirit. It can grow to its peak in 500 years and become a 4th-order monster. Hiss. He has a middle-grade bloodline of the heavenly level, and he also has a trace of the bloodline of the ancient true spirit. As long as you grow to the peak stage, you can become a 4th-level monster. When Lu Chengsheng saw the information about the 9 Nether Mastiff, he suddenly took a breath and was pleasantly surprised. In the world of immortality, in addition to the human race, there are many other races. Birds, beasts, insects and plants that can be improved through cultivation, such as feathers, hair, scales, insects, vegetation, etc., are all called demons. However, most demons are uncivilized and have little intelligence, so they are also called monsters. The division of monster strength is very simple and straightforward. From low to high, they are 1st order, 2nd order, 3rd order, 4th order and 5th order. Corresponds to the chi refining stage, foundation building stage, pill formation stage, nascent soul stage, and divine transformation stage of human monks. The difference between monsters and humans is that humans have spiritual roots and become stronger through exercises. The monster beasts are inherited through the blood in the body, practice, grow and become stronger. The higher the bloodline grade, the greater the potential. As far as Lu Chengsheng knew, the bloodline levels of monster beasts were divided into low-level bloodline, mid-level bloodline, high-level bloodline, earth-level bloodline, and heaven-level bloodline. And the legendary true spirit bloodline. Like low-level bloodlines, they are also called miscellaneous level bloodlines. If a monster with this kind of bloodline had no chance to purify and mutate its blood, it would be impossible for it to break through into a 2nd-level monster in this life. Intermediate bloodline will become a 1st-level monster when it grows up, but there is hope to grow into a 2nd-level monster. When monsters with high-level bloodlines grow to their peak, most of them are 2nd-level monsters, with the hope of becoming 3rd-level monsters. Demonic beasts with Earth-level bloodline will become 2nd-level demonic beasts when they mature. When they grow to their peak, they will most likely become 3rd-level demonic beasts. As for the heavenly level monsters, they are level 3 monsters when they mature, and they are expected to be level 4 when they reach their peak. The 9 Nether Mastiff obtained by Lu Chengsheng not only has the bloodline of a middle-grade heaven-level man, but also has a trace of the bloodline of an ancient true spirit. Therefore, in 500 years, it can successfully grow to its peak stage and become a 4th-level monster. That is equivalent to the nascent soul stage monks among the human race. The 4th-level monster is equal to the human nascent soul true lord. According to the information I saw in the Lu family library, the ceiling of the immortal realm of Zhang country where I live is at the nascent soul stage. Only the Tianjian sect has a true lord nascent soul sitting in charge. Even the Qingyan sect that I took part in the assessment before does not have a true lord nascent soul sitting in charge. If the 9 Nether Mastiff can grow into a 4th-level monster, I can completely walk sideways in the Zhang Kingdom's world of immortality. Lu Chengsheng was a little excited. In the world of immortality cultivation in the Zhang Kingdom where he was, the strongest force was called the Tianjian sect. There is the nascent soul lord sitting in the door. Below them are the Qingyan sect, Luoxia sect, and Yuling sect, the 3 major immortal sects. Although these 3 major immortal sects do not have true monarch Yuan Ying in charge, they all have several true Lord Jaden, and their foundations are very profound. Below the 3 major immortal sects, there are 2 sects, 3 cities, and 3 aristocratic families, and 8 major forces. Each of these 8 major forces has a real person who forms the core of the pill, and they are the top forces in the world of Zhang Guo's immortality. As for the Qingzhushan Lu family, which was only in the foundation building period, there were many immortal cultivating families, and it was impossible to record them in the book. Moreover, the book that Lu Chengsheng saw was nearly 100 years old. The contents recorded in it may have changed a lot by now. But after a moment, Lu Chengsheng shook his head again. Even if you reach the peak of your cultivation in the qi refining stage, you will only live 100 years. If you break through to the foundation building stage, your life will be extended by 100 years, and you will live to more than 200 years old. Only Master Jaden can have a lifespan of 500 years. So, if I can't break through the nascent soul stage and become the nascent soul true lord, even if the 9 nether mastiff grows to the 4th level, it won't mean much to me. The lifespan of monsters is basically several times that of humans. For monsters, the 9 nether mastiff can grow to the 4th level in 500 years, which is considered very fast. But this time is a bit long for the human race. Because the lifespan of the real person Jaden is only more than 500 years. Even if you take the miraculous elixir and the treasures of nature and earth to prolong your life, it will only prolong your life for a few decades or 100 years at most. After all, it is limited. Only by breaking through to the nascent soul stage can one live over 1,000 years. The peak period is 500 years, so it won't be a big problem to mature in 200 or 300 years. The mature stage should be the 3rd order monster beast in the core forming stage. Then, it will take about 100 years to grow to the 2nd order monster beast. There will be no problem. This looks good. Moreover, there are methods of taming and controlling beasts in the world of immortality, including many methods of raising monsters that can speed up their growth. Lu Chengsheng licked his lips and thought to himself. The growth of monsters can be divided into 4 stages: infancy, growth, maturity, and peak. The 9 nether mastiff cub he won in the lottery is naturally in its infancy. But according to what he knows about the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, there is a skill called beast taming. It is to tame monsters into spirit beasts for the use of cultivators. The pets drawn by Lu Chengsheng's system naturally do not need to be tamed and are absolutely loyal to him. But among these methods of taming beasts, there are many methods of raising them that can make spirit beasts grow quickly. According to what Lu Chengsheng knows, the Yuling sect among the 3 major immortal sects is famous for taming spirit beasts, and each disciple in the sect will tame and drive a spirit pet. There's no rush for this. I'll see if I can get a way to tame a spirit beast later. I'll just keep it normally now. But it's not convenient for me to take this 9 nether mastiff out of the system space now. Otherwise, if others see it, I won't be able to explain why I got a demon beast cub out of thin air. It just so happens that I'm going to go to the secular world in a while. I'll take it out when I come back. I'll tell others that I bought it to look after the house and to be a playmate for my children. After a little thought, Lu Chengsheng didn't take the cub out of the system space, and continued to keep it there. Like system rewards, if you don't take it out of the system space, it won't affect it at all. But once you take it out, you can't put it back in. Time flies, and more than 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. In more than 3 months, Lu Chengsheng's 11th, 12th, and 13th children were born. But these 3 children also have no spiritual roots. Lu Chengsheng has completely looked down on this aspect, knowing that this cannot be forced. However, he did not stop making babies because of this probability. After all, having many children is the kingly way. As long as you insist on giving birth, the base number will increase, and there will always be children with spiritual roots. Moreover, the system will also reward you with more children. In more than 3 months, Lu Chengsheng's 2 concubines became pregnant with their 2nd child. In 3 years, 3 wives and 6 concubines gave birth to 13 children. There are still 3 pregnant, which makes him completely famous in the Lu family's Qingzhou Valley. Everyone knows that the Lu family has recruited a son-in-law who is gifted in making talismans, but he likes women and having children. During this period, Lu Yuanding also came to Lu Chengsheng to chat once. The words were also persuasion, hoping that Lu Chengsheng would not be too obsessed with women, and should focus more on cultivation and talismans, otherwise he would waste his life. Faced with such persuasion, Lu Chengsheng naturally nodded in response. But he also said that his spiritual roots were too poor, and he did not have much ambition in this life. He was satisfied with such a life and only wanted to have children and grandchildren in the future. If he could give birth to a few children with spiritual roots, he would focus on cultivating them in the future. Hearing this, Lu Yuanding didn't know how to respond for a while, and told Lu Chengsheng something. The Lu family has a rule that all children who have not detected their spiritual roots after the age of 6 must be sent to the secular world. Even if there is a grace period, they must be sent to the secular world after the age of 10. They will not be allowed to stay in Qingzhou Mountain all the time. Because these children have no spiritual roots, they cannot cultivate immortals, and they can only do odd jobs if they stay in Qingzhou Mountain. The young eagle will one day fly into the sky and face strong winds and waves. In the absence of spiritual roots, keeping the child by your side will only delay the child. The Lu family also has a family and industry in the secular world, which can ensure that these children will be rich and well-fed for a lifetime. If Lu Chengsheng is willing, the children can also be sent to the secular Lu family in the future. After listening to Lu Yuanding's words, Lu Chengsheng felt a little heavy. In 3 years, he has not fully adapted to the rules of this world. It is a bit difficult to accept that the child was sent to the secular world when he was 6 years old. You know, he now has a total of 13 children, and only one has spiritual roots. But he also understands that Lu Yuanding is right. If the child has no spiritual roots, it is not a good thing for the child to stay with him all the time. As a parent, you need to let him grow up. So, Lu Chengsheng planned to wait until the child is older before sending him to the secular world. Let the child go out and explore the world by himself. Before that, as he had thought before, he asked Li Feiyu to teach his child martial arts. Not only will it strengthen the body, but it will also have a certain self-protection power when encountering danger in the secular world in the future. After all, this world is not only dangerous in the world of immortal cultivation, but also has many disputes in the secular world, and it is impossible for him to take care of these children all the time. Of course, he cannot deny that he has his own selfish motives. He hopes that his children's martial arts training can bring some improvement to his strength. Moreover, in the future, when his children have taken root in the secular world, they can also branch out and establish his own Lu family, a martial arts family. If there are descendants with spiritual roots in the family, they can be sent to him for teaching. This is also the model of most immortal cultivation families now, with both the secular world and the immortal world flourishing. This day, Lu Chengsheng, who was meditating in the training room, had a surge of energy all over his body, which made his robe move without wind. 3rd level of Qi training. I finally made a breakthrough before my appointment. After a while, his breath calmed down, and Lu Chengsheng opened his eyes, his face full of joy. It took him 1 year and 4 months to break through from the 1st level of Qi refining to the 2nd level of Qi refining. But it only took 10 months to break through from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 3rd level of Qi refining. The reason for such a big improvement is not only the 2nd level spiritual veins of Qingzhou Valley, but also the increase in the spiritual root talent of the 7th son Lu Shenji, as well as the improvement in cultivation resources. He now has 10 spiritual stones, 30 kilograms of spiritual rice, and a bottle of Wonglong pill every month. At present, the child is still young and there is nothing to spend on, and the wife has nothing to spend money on. Therefore, he can basically use these spiritual stones on himself to increase the speed of cultivation. Although it is difficult to achieve success through self-cultivation due to lack of natural talent, one should not be sluggish. After all, if you have to rely on your baby to survive, your baby must grow up first. What's more, of his 13 children, only 7 have spiritual roots now, and they still have low-grade spiritual roots. For now, he still has to rely on his own efforts as a father. It's been 3 years, and I finally have to go out. Lu Chengsheng stood up and straightened his robes. He came to the bronze mirror and looked at himself. The originally unremarkable face has gained a bit of rhombus outline, and the dark skin has become white and delicate, making the whole person look much more handsome. There is a saying that a man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle. Wearing a green robe and a cassock, it seemed to have been tailor-made, it fit perfectly and made her tall and slender figure stand out. The gentle and clear face, the tall and straight posture, the calm and confident temperament, give people an inexplicable nobility. Compared with the appearance and temperament 3 years ago, it can be said that there have been earth-shaking changes. in addition to the modification and improvement effects of practicing Shanzi Ju. It is also a result of physical development, pampering, awakening past life memories, activating the system, and changes in mood and mentality. Just the Shanzi Ju, the effect is not so obvious. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Chengsheng chuckled and went out to tell his wife that he was going on a far journey and back to the secular world. Lu Chengsheng had already been angry with his wife about this matter and had applied to the Lu family. The Lu family readily agreed and even asked Lu Chengsheng if he needed someone to accompany him. During the 6 months since he stayed in Qingzhou Valley, Lu Chengsheng had perfectly completed all the Lu family's tasks of drawing talismans and performed very well, so the Lu family also valued Lu Chengsheng even more. In this regard, Lu Chengsheng said that he was just getting together with his friends and going home to deal with the relationship without accompanying him. Although it is safer to have someone accompanying you, it is also very inconvenient because your hands are tied. The Lu family didn't force it. After giving him a messenger charm, they asked him to be careful along the way. Putting the storage bag that he had already packed into his clothes, Lu Chengsheng came to Qingzhou Villa and knocked on Li Feiyu's door. I thought you had something to do and you didn't want to go. Li Feiyu held the child in his arms, opened the courtyard door, and saw Lu Chengsheng smiling. His child was just 3 months old and was a girl. We were just about to break through, so we delayed it until now. Lu Chengsheng said, have you broken through the 3rd level of qi refining? Li Feiyu looked surprised when he heard this. During this period of time, Lu Chengsheng did not stop practicing magic. I have mastered all basic spells such as fire bomb, wind control, object control, qi concentration, spiritual eye, sound transmission, etc. Spells are the same as making talismans. Once you get started, the follow-up will be relatively simple. At this time, Lu Chengsheng used the qi condensation technique to slightly restrain his body's spiritual energy, so Li Feiyu did not notice that Lu Chengsheng had just broken through the 3rd level of qi refining. Yeah, so this breakthrough came. Lu Chengsheng nodded. Tisk, 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 just break through the 3rd level of qi refining. With your cultivation speed, you are probably going to catch up with the middle grade spiritual roots, right? Li Feiyu couldn't help but shake his head and sighed with emotion. He was far ahead of Lu Chengsheng at both the 1st level of qi refining and the 2nd level of qi refining. But now, when he was still at the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining, Lu Chengsheng overtook him in a corner and broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining 1 step faster than him. This made him very emotional and a little envious. Hey, it all relies on external objects to improve. It will be difficult to break through the 4th level of qi refining at the 3rd level. Lu Chengsheng waved his hand and said, my family knows my own business. If it weren't for a bottle of Wonglong pill every month, and if he didn't use all the spiritual stones to buy spiritual vegetables, spiritual tea, and monster meat, how could he have broken through so quickly? You have to practice for at least another 1.5 years. What's more, as long as you spend a little more time on the first 3 levels of qi refining, it will be a matter of course without any difficulty. But it is difficult to break through the 4th level from the 3rd level of qi refining. In the early to middle stages of qi refining, there are bottlenecks. The worse the spiritual root is, the harder it will be to break through the bottleneck. I believe this is not difficult for you. Are you leaving now? Li Feiyu didn't say much on this topic and asked directly. Look at you, I can leave at any time now, let's see if you still want to prepare. Lu Chengsheng said, I've packed it up a long time ago, so let's go. Li Feiyu said, took the child to the backyard, handed it to the concubine he had taken in not long ago, and left with Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng and Li Feiyu first rented 2 spirit horses from Uncle Fu and asked for a map. Otherwise, it will be a problem for the 2 of them to go to Ruyi County. The spirit horse is the same as the spirit horse he rode when he first came to Qingzhou Mountain. As for the map, it is the map of Zhang State. The territory of Zhang State is very vast, with 9 states in total. Each state governs 9 counties, each county governs 9 prefectures, each prefecture has 9 counties, and each county has many villages. Even though a spiritually blessed place like Qingzhou Mountain is not under the jurisdiction of Zhang State, it is still considered within the territory of Zhang State. The Ruyi County that Lu Chengsheng and Li Feiyu were going to was a large county under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou. Lu Chengsheng's hometown is also in Ruyi County. It's just a small mountain village in Rui County, Nanyu Prefecture, and Qinghai County. After looking at the rough route on the map, the two rode on the spirit horse and set off. Before I knew it, 3 years had passed. After walking out of Qingzhou Mountain, Li Feiyu felt very emotional when he thought that he had transformed from a worldly hero and a gang of young masters into a cultivator and son-in-law. Yeah, it's been 3 years. I don't know what happened to Hong Yi, Han Lin and the others. Lu Changsheng was also a little emotional. He recalled that 3 years ago, he awakened his memory from the immortal sect exam and became the Lu family's son-in-law. Overall, Lu Changsheng is quite satisfied with his growth over the past 3 years. Hong Yi was born in the Ruihu mansion. He had the strength of the 3rd level of qi refining back then, and now he should have broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. As for Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing, they are practicing in Qingyan sect, and they probably have the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining. That's Xiao Sheui. She has a 4th grade spiritual root. I don't know how far she has cultivated in 3 years. Li Feiyu looked at the blue sky and said aloud. Among the original 6, Hong Yi, because he was born in the Ruihu mansion, had been exposed to immortal cultivation for a long time and had the strength of the 3rd level of qi refining. However, Hong Yi only has 8th grade spiritual roots. When he returns to Ruihu mansion, although he has resources, they are definitely not many, and his improvement in 3 years is unlikely to be too great. As for Han Lin, Zhao Qingqing, a 7th grade spiritual root, and a 6th grade spiritual root. Even if they were practicing in an immortal cultivating sect such as Qingyan sect, they wouldn't be able to pull them apart too much in a short period of time. Only Xiao Sheui's 4th grade spiritual root made it impossible for them to guess. After finishing speaking, Li Feiyu thought that Lu Changsheng had now broken through the 3rd level of qi refining. Then among the 6 people, he has the lowest cultivation level, only the 2nd level of qi refining, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad. It should be about the same. It's only 3 years, so the gap is not too big. Lu Changsheng nodded. He felt that Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing were most likely at the 3rd level of qi refining. After all, the 2 of them only had the 7th and 6th spiritual roots. If they broke through the 4th level of qi refining in 3 years, the conditions of the immortal gate would be many times better than he imagined. Seeing Li Feiyu suddenly silent after speaking, with a somewhat sad look, Lu Changsheng paused and guessed the reason. After getting familiar with each other, Li Feiyu looked quite easygoing and casual. But he knew that the latter was still very arrogant in his bones. This is normal. Before, Li Feiyu was the young leader of the Red Whale Gang. At a young age, he was a first-class master in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was young and promising. But now, 3 years have passed, and among the 6 people who embarked on the immortal road together, his situation seems to be the worst. Moreover, he still owes the Lu family 48 children, which is difficult to think about. Feiyu, don't think too much about the Lu family's affairs for the time being. As for the matter of having children, I will try to ask the head of the family to reduce it for you after a few years when my skills as a talisman master are further improved. Lu Changsheng said. He has a system of having many children, so let alone 50. He is willing to have 100, 200, or 1,000 children. But Li Feiyu does not have a system, and having 50 is indeed a bit too much. Not only will it affect his cultivation, but when he leaves the Lu family in the future, the children are not his own, which is really hard to accept. As a friend and a good brother, he will naturally help if he can help within his ability. However, he is still a first-level low-grade talisman master, and his voice is limited. He planned to wait for another year and a half to reveal himself as a first-level mid-level talisman master and gain a higher level of voice, and try to help Li Feiyu solve this matter. It's okay. I don't have the nerve to bother you with this kind of thing, let alone. Li Feiyu was silent for a moment and shook his head. Lu Changsheng has helped him a lot during this period. Every time he came over, he would bring him some gifts, and he was too embarrassed to bother Lu Changsheng all the time. What's more, in his opinion, this kind of thing is also very troublesome for Lu Changsheng. But before he finished speaking, Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Our relationship, you can't talk about it without talking about it. And I also need your help with something." "What's up?" Li Feiyu nodded with some emotion and asked. I am going back to visit my family this time. It is impossible to bring my family over. So, I would like to trouble you to let the Red Whale Gang take care of my family in the future. Lu Changsheng said. He knew that he would leave the Lu family in the future and would not be able to stay under someone else's roof. Naturally, he would not be able to bring his family to Qingzhou Mountain. Not only was it inconvenient, he wasn't willing to do it. As for taking care of his family, he couldn't. But it's impossible to ignore it. So thinking that Li Feiyu's family's Red Whale Gang has considerable power in the world, I thought about asking Li Feiyu's family to help take care of it. Don't ask for too much, just let your family have food and clothing, and be rich for the rest of their lives. This little thing is not a problem at all. It's all on me. Li Feiyu heard this and said directly. After all, he is the young gang leader of the Red Whale Gang. Although he has been away from home for many years now and his position as the young gang leader should be gone, the gang leader is his father after all, so he is confident that there will be no problem in this matter. Also, it's impossible for all of my children to have spiritual roots. So I thought that in the future, for those children who cannot cultivate immortality, I would like to trouble you to teach them martial arts. Lu Changsheng continued to speak. Although it will take a long time for the children to grow up and practice martial arts, since we talked about it directly and asked what we should pay attention to in this regard. After all, Li Feiyu has grown up practicing martial arts since he was a child, and he is very clear about what is involved. Practice martial arts. Of course there's no problem with that. It's just that practicing martial arts is very hard. You just have to be willing to do it. Hearing this, Li Feiyu seemed to think of something, shook his head and said. He could see that Lu Changsheng was very doting on his children, unlike someone who was willing to let his children endure hardship. For this kind of thing, I will follow their own choice when the time comes. Besides, it's nothing to suffer a little. Lu Changsheng smiled. Naturally, he has no reluctance to part with this kind of thing. Although he will not force his children to do anything, he will not pamper them, and will not let his children endure hardships and let them be pampered. What's more, these first batch of children are the foundation for his future family. Naturally, he will also pay more attention to prevent his growth from becoming crooked and try his best to become as talented as possible. Just like that, the two of them chatted and walked on their way. At night, the two of them took turns keeping watch to avoid any accidents. Because Lu Changsheng broke through the third level of qi refining, his departure time was delayed. Therefore, the two of them were worried about delaying the 3-year agreement, so they traveled day and night throughout the journey. It only took 19 days to reach Rui County from Qingzhou Mountain. The journey went very smoothly. Apart from encountering a few ferocious birds and beasts, there was no danger. When they arrived at Rui County, it was already dark. Is this the city of Rui County? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw the appearance of Rui County in front of him. This Rui County is many times more prosperous and magnificent than he imagined. The entire city is majestic and tall, like a giant beast crawling. The lights in the city are as bright as day, and the rows of residential houses, buildings, and shops are extremely prosperous. The streets are very lively with people flowing back and forth, and from a distance, you can still see several majestic buildings towering into the clouds. It seems that the secular world is more prosperous than I imagined. Lu Changsheng looked at the prosperous city in front of him and sighed in his heart. Before awakening his memory, he was just the son of an ordinary farmer. The farthest place he had been to was Qinghe County. Not to mention Rui County, I have never even been to Nanyu Mansion above Qinghe County. This also made him not know much about these secular big cities. As a result, when I see Rui County now, I feel a bit like the countryside has come to Shanghai. After the two entered the city, they asked for directions and came to Rui Tower. This Rui building is indeed the largest restaurant in Rui County, with a height of more than 10 feet. A jade Rui hangs in front of the building, with the 3 characters, Rui Tower, engraved on it, which is very gorgeous. Strings of red lanterns hang on the 4 eaves and corners, and the walls are painted with glowing murals of landscape beauties. Li Feiyu stepped forward and said he was looking for Hong Yi. The guard had already been informed, and upon hearing this, he immediately went in to report. Not long after, Hong Yi, a tall man dressed in brocade clothes, came out of Rui Tower. Brother Li, Brother Lu. When Hong Yi saw the two of them, he greeted them enthusiastically. But when I saw Lu Changsheng, I couldn't help but look at him a few more times, as if I wasn't sure. Now, Lu Changsheng's appearance and temperament have changed a lot from 3 years ago. Brother Hong Yi is like this, does it mean he doesn't recognize me? Seeing the other party acting like this, Lu Changsheng also joked. If Brother Li hadn't been here, I wouldn't have dared to confirm Brother Lu's change for a while. Hong Yi shook his head and said with emotion with a smile on his face. He is much more enthusiastic and outgoing than he was 3 years ago. When I meet him every once in a while, I feel that there have been great changes, not to mention the fact that you are so far apart. Li Feiyu said. He would meet with Lu Changsheng every few months to catch up on old times. But I didn't feel anything at the time. Looking back, I always felt that there were some inexplicable changes in Lu Changsheng. Indeed, Brother Lu, what's going on? There has been such a big change, but Brother Li hasn't changed much. Hong Yi nodded and continued. This is not a place for small talk. I have booked a room and a private room in Rui Building. Brother Li and Brother Lu have been running all the way. I will go upstairs to take care of you. Xiao Shui, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin haven't arrived yet, but they should arrive in the next 2 days. As he spoke, Hong Yi led the two of them into Rui Building. It's magnificent inside, with carved beams and painted pillars, and a spiral staircase in the middle. The three of them walked up the stairs to an elegant box on the 9th floor. Through the window, they could directly watch the night view outside. Brother Li, Brother Lu, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. How are you doing at the Lu family in Qingzhou Mountain? After sitting down, Hong Yi poured tea for the two of them with enthusiasm and said aloud. Okay, Li Feiyu said simply. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.